So just can I start the pre-talks a little bit? I know, 9:30. No, not a problem. I'm just for us. The only thing is, the remarks which should not be heard by others. Do I have to do anything with this console? Okay. Acha, now I just keep start my this thing. And this should remain on throughout. स्टार्ट कर लो थोड़ा सा बता देता हूँ. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to those who are present over here just wanted to take a little time to tell all the speakers that you have all got the program. Please try and stick to the timings, because you will notice that we have not been able to give any gap between the two speakers. Hence, the moderator has no time to speak in between. So please stick to your timings. In fact, 1 minute before the timing, if you can finish, it would be more preferable. And I would like to thank the China Cell as well as the engineer branch of Headquarters Eastern Command for permitting us to use this operations room, which we have used in the past also. It is indeed very gracious of Headquarters Eastern Command to do so. One thing for the speakers, once again, this seminar is being recorded, and anything which is recorded is likely to find its way in the public domain at some time or the other, or in real time. So one has to be very careful, especially retired officers of the Indian Armed Forces, not to mention anything which is known to you confidentially for your personal use in the past. So we'll try to be very careful with our language, and no confidential matter will be let out on this panel. Everything that is being spoken here is attributed to personal views, and Chatham House rules will be followed for this entire webinar that we are doing. The speakers who are speaking virtually have already been conveyed this. I think we have got a tea break between 11:40 and 11:55, which is 15 minutes. It is never enough, I know, but we will try and come back in 10 minutes after the coffee break, because it takes a lot of time to limber up once again. I take this opportunity to thank Headquarters Eastern Command also for the lunch that they have offered us after this event in the officers' mess. Finally, I would once again tell all those present now that if there are any queries from the speaker, and if there is a little time left from the speaker's time, the queries should be asked there and then, because asking queries after a speaker has spoken and perhaps gone away, it would be difficult. I would, of course, ask the speaker whether Gautam, Ambassador Mukherjee is on line, I notice already. Am I right, sir? Or is
Sorry, just good morning. I think I was just
there's a camera in front of me, so
yeah. Am I audible?
Mukherjee? Yes, he is on line.
Welcome, Ambassador.
Yeah, good morning. I just wanted to check, am I audible?
Anyway,
I can't hear you too well. Okay.
Good morning, Admiral.
Good morning, General Roy. Can you hear me? I'm Admiral Dasgupta here on the other side.
okay.
Morning, General Roy.
Sir,
Just want to check
We
if
can
I'm
take
audible.
this time, Chief. We'll start 5 minutes early.
I'm not getting
come
a
with your
response,
introduction, sir,
so I'm presuming
or
that I'm not
opening
very
remarks.
audible.
You want me to give that? Okay. Well, I would like to start the seminar by starting with a few cliches. The world, we are entering a new world order. It is extremely disorderly. To add to this disorder, India's neighborhood just got tougher.
General Roy, we are not getting your voice from the conference hall.
Yes, that's the same with me also. We are not hearing the conference hall at all.
What's happened? Can you hear me now?
Admiral Dasgupta, are you able to hear me?
I can read you loud and clear, sir.
Oh, great, great. Yeah,
We can
vice versa.
hear you loud and clear, Ambassador. Do you hear me now, Ambassador? Can you hear me? Ambassador Mukherjee? Admiral Dasgupta, can you hear me? There is something wrong, right? You can hear me, confirmed. Okay. Just to restate, we are entering a new world order and it is very disorderly. To add to this disorder, India's neighborhood just got tougher. The future of Ukraine seems to be under a cloud. A fresh precedent is being set, and this is important for us, wherein national borders and even sovereignty of a nation may not remain sacrosanct. Thus, all nations need to fight for their own survival and national interest without accepting any assistance from others. This is the takeaway from the events that we have really seen in the last few days internationally. We have changed the slot of Admiral Dasgupta with mine because the enduring significance of maritime power in shaping global dynamics cannot be challenged in any panel, underscoring the complex of role of the oceans in economic, geopolitical, and environmental complex. Now, as an overview, I would say start with Myanmar. Myanmar is where India's and China's core interests lie. Ambassador Mukherjee would be speaking more on this later. That said, geographical logic suggests that the Indian subcontinent consists of South Asia and Myanmar is an important constituent of it. Myanmar is an ideal strategic frontier for India and hence needs to be shaped to be favorably disposed towards India. China is applying its economic pressure, pulls, and external maneuvers to insulate Myanmar from India, primarily for resource acquisition, as US is trying in Ukraine. From India's perspective, Myanmar is an immediate neighbor of vital importance for defense and internal security needs, stability and development in northeastern region, and expansion of India's influence in the Bay of Bengal area and Southeast Asia. US too would look to deny China too much of an influence in Myanmar. India is pushing eastwards towards the Southeastern Asian nations, an Act East policy, and China is pushing southwards as part of its ocean strategy, second ocean strategy. It accrues that both powers are likely to collide in Myanmar, which has a strategic battleground, which becomes a strategic battleground between India and China. India must realize that the most direct route, if you look at the map also, is through China, through Myanmar, and not through Pakistan or Bangladesh. Coming down to Bangladesh, whereas reactions of most Southeast Asian nations can be surmised in case of an offensive by China, Bangladesh remains the joker in the pack. Currently, Bangladesh is politically unstable and slowly but surely going the way of radicals. Pakistan has been handed over a foothold in Bangladesh on a platter by the interim administration. The ISI straightaway given its intention away, concentrating its activity in Rangpur, which is the northern head of Bangladesh, along with the Mujahideen Bangladesh setting up bases in that area. This is a giveaway of intentions of covert operations in the Siliguri corridor through locally inimical groups and individuals of Indian origin. This activity can also develop as a link facilitator for Chinese thrust through Bhutan and even through eastern Nepal. Recently, we have heard Bangladesh Army Chief warning the politicians to come together in the interest of the nation. The Awami League retains its core cadre. The BNP is aware that the longer the elections are delayed, the more remote its chances of victory in elections. The third alternative of Jatiya Nagarik Party with Al-Tahrir, Hifazat-e-Islam, Jamaat Bangla and the Jamaat-e-Islami, as well as the students grouping in Bangladesh at the moment, is yet to firm in, but has the support of the interim administration. We have had cordial relations with Nepal in the past, which is under a bit of a strain, mainly due to Lipu Lake border interpretation and Chinese influence in Nepal's security affairs, as also recent differential perceptions. China is up on the northward curve as far as influence in Nepal is concerned. Also, there is a large Nepalese population in different parts of India and in southern Bhutan. If push comes to shove, the behavior of these population is uncertain. In North Bengal, they have been indicating for an independent, autonomous or a Gurkha land for a long time. That said, the Nepal military chief had invited 6 Indian chiefs recently to Pashupatinath under an exchange, which shows that there is a lot of brotherhood between the two militaries. China may, however, utilize Nepal's territory through the BRI system to support its operations in the Siliguri corridor if it comes to fact. Bhutan has been a nation who has consistently indicated their loyalty to India in various manners. Bhutan's security is of paramount interest to India. Cracks started appearing during the Doklam imbroglio, which took place in 2017, am I right, or 18? In a case of a conflict with China, India has no option but to activate its long-standing treaty with Bhutan. The territory of Bhutan cannot be permitted to become a launchpad for China. And should the latter think of closing the Siliguri corridor link up with Bangladesh. Now, having said that, I would like to just concentrate a little bit on the northeast region. Can we have the Assam map, please? Map of northeast. Next map, northeast. Northeast is a region of immense strategic significance, rich cultural heritage, vast national resources, blessed with great talents in multiple domains. There is history of chivalry and sacrifices. Manipur is a case of ethnic division and fifth generation warfare going on there. There are perceived disparities in land ownership and political powers have fueled this resentment. The portrayal of Manipur crisis as a religious clash between Hindus and Christians by international media has only served to poison public perception and create further divisions. The core of the crisis lies in ethnic identity, land rights, and demographic concerns, as well as governance challenges. Mizoram is a model for lasting peace. This successful resolution stands as a case study for handling similar conflicts in Manipur as also in Nagaland. The influx of Chin refugees into Mizoram, though, has led to increased vulnerabilities. Current restive situation in Chin, in Myanmar has impacted on Myanmar regions, particularly the Chittagong hill tracts, neighboring Myanmar regions, particularly in the Chittagong hill tracts of Bangladesh, Kuki and Zo inhabited areas of Mizoram, as well as Manipur. Nagaland, the final peace settlement is elusive. Influx of Naga refugees from Myanmar is creating further problems. The emerging threats to northeast stabilities are basically, it extends beyond Manipur, Mizoram and Nagaland. The rise and call of a Zo nationalism, essentially to unify Chin, Kuki, Mizo and Zomi communities under a secessionist identity, threatens India's territorial integrity. So, what is the way forward for India in Northeast region? Indication of foreign involvement cannot be ignored, and it lies in the name of Zo secessionist organizations, as known as Zomi Revolutionary Army, and also Zoro. What should be taken note of, that R, the letter R, neither exists in Thado nor exists in Pete, that is the Kuki or the Zomi language. It is obvious that these names have been given by some outsiders figures in this. Decisive action to curtail foreign influence, fostering ethnic harmony and neutralizing insurgent elements, thus is the way forward in northeastern region. With that, I hand over to General Mukherjee for commencing the session 1. We have brought in 7 minutes out of our timing.
I'm going to take a few minutes extra to introduce NSK.
Sure, go. I should have done it, sir. My mistake.
I know. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I presume there are some ladies here and who would be listening in. First of all, at the outset, on behalf of General Shankar Roy Chaudhary, our patron, Air Chief Marshal Raha, our president, of the think tank located in Calcutta called CENSK, Center for Eastern and Northeastern Research Studies, of which I am a member emeritus. I am Lieutenant General Mukherjee. So on behalf of our president and the patron, we'd like to thank the Army Commander, the Chief of Staff, the MGGS, the China Desk, Eastern Command Signals, all other branches which have helped in organizing this seminar. What we're talking about is security threats to the eastern region. And we're extremely worried about it, the threats that have developed, and hence the subject chosen for the seminar. Now, a little about CENSK. CENSK as an organization was started off by General Roy. He latched on to me, General Shankar Roy Chaudhary, some IAS officers, some police officers, some academics, some businessmen in 2008 after we retired. 2006 or 2008? 2007. And it was an interesting organization because there was no think tank located in the East at all at that time. And therefore we decided it to, after a lot of discussion, have a long-winded name of Center for Eastern and Northeastern Research Studies, Calcutta. What we cover is all major issues pertaining to the eastern part of the hemisphere, not only India, the eastern hemisphere, and the northeast in particular. We're just about 40 to 50 strong. We don't want to be larger than that. and we are not government funded. Hence, we believe we can speak the truth and say what we want, frankly, bluntly. As you will also discover from my own talk, which I'll be covering after this. We hold a number of seminars all over the Northeast, give a number of lectures, try to bring about awareness and understanding of the problems facing the Northeast. So I'll leave Senesque now and get on to my basic subject. The first subject is on China. After this, later on in the day, I'd be covering the internal security situation and threats to India, to India's east. Now, China. As I said, we've chosen China because we as a group, as citizens of this country, are worried. We are very worried about the situation in the east. You've got China. Fine, we've had talks, but the PLA have not pulled back anywhere. If anything, they're reinforcing their positions forward. They've created a theater command, the Western Theater Command, and given it some formations. However, what I must bring out here is whenever I talk about the PLA, I'm talking about whatever is given in artificial intelligence sources. Therefore, I'm not divulging any secrets. This is all public. This is all knowledge on the public domain. At the moment, basically allotted to only 2 group armies. But a large number of other group armies are available to reinforce it when required if the threat from Taiwan does not exist at the same time. So one threat is China. I am told as recent as 4 to 5 days ago, the Tatmadaw in Myanmar have permitted the PLA to enter northern Myanmar to protect their own assets in whatever strength they deem necessary. And therefore, you will find the PLA Navy at Chokpu. You will find the PLA Air Force at Mandalay. And you will find PLA ground forces all over northern Myanmar protecting their interests. That PLA, therefore, becomes an agency from where attacks can be mounted on India if required in conjunction with the North. You've got Bangladesh, which has got up in arms. Now, we've been teaming up a lot with the United States. But the fact remains is that part of the revolution in Bangladesh has been funded by the United States and by anti-India elements in the United States. So how much you can trust the United States is a big question mark at the moment. And the Indian government needs to take note of that sincerely and very carefully. We come on a step further from there. You can then therefore look at the entire conglomeration of threats that we face in the Northeast and the East. There are also internal threats, which I'd be covering later. But the biggest internal threat at the moment is our economy. Because if we are unable to fund our defenses adequately to deal with these threats, then we are in trouble. Now I'll come onto the Chinese threat straight away. I'm not talking about geopolitics, I'm talking purely about actual threats based on AI. In my view, we are already at war with China. It is at the moment, it's a Cold War. It's economic, political, biological, cyber, space, information warfare, EW, all currently on, with scuffles and confrontations and salami slicing being carried out by the Chinese. And therefore, in addition to that, China is supporting Pakistan and I presume subsequently hereafter Bangladesh in proxy war against our country. The US intelligence have indicated that in their view, India and China will get into a hot war scenario sometime within the next 3 years over various types of possible confrontations. Some of us may not agree with this. However, we must be prepared for that. Now, should the Chinese decide to attack us, let me give you what is the orbit of the Western Theater Command. It has the equivalent of 3 border defense divisions in a holding role opposite Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, Arunachal Pradesh, extending up to Loeth. It has erstwhile 13th Group Army, now 77 Group Army, consisting of 1 armored, 2 motor rifle divisions, 1 artillery division, which have been reorganized into 12 to 13 brigades, combined arms brigades, as per the pattern that they have now adopted in organization. They have also erstwhile 21st Group Army, which is now 76th Group Army, again organized into 12 or 13 combined arms brigades. There is a question mark on the 14th Group Army, consisting of 1 armored division, 1 motor rifle division, and 1 artillery division at Kunming in Yunnan province. And the 4th one, which is again a question mark, probably a GHQ reserve, 47, erstwhile 47 Group Army, now 75 Group Army, consisting of 1 motor rifle division, 1 artillery division, again at Kunming, but currently not under Western Theater Command or BAT-wise. Role unclear, but probably will be tasked to assist Western Theater Command in the east, because it's based out of Chengdu and surroundings. The Western Theater Command Air Force is 200 to 300 aircraft, including J-10, J-11 fighters, HK bombers, Y-20 transport aircraft. This includes 36 fighter division, 36 FGH division, 37 FGH division. The Western Theater Command Navy, including amphibious ships, frigates, and submarines. The PLA rocket force consisting of about 200 missiles and maybe more. The PLA strategic group consisting of space, cyber, and electronic warfare units. 1 airborne corps of about 10,000 men. Reserve forces, inadequate numbers as required. Earlier in my days, we used to talk about a threat of total about 30 to 33 divisions opposite India. However, at this stage, after the reorganization, I doubt if that extent of resources could be mustered by the PLA. I would say probably in the region of 20 to 22 divisions. However, modernized, well equipped. And against Eastern Command, something like 12 to 14 divisions. Now going on to the reserve formations, 61, 62, 63 infantry divisions, 6 and 8 motor rifle divisions, 4 and 11 armored division, 61 and 62 artillery divisions, and no longer 30 to 35 divisions anymore. If you total up all this, you will find it works out to be something like 20 to 22 divisions across the entire front. Now I'll interrupt at for a moment over here and just suggest to you that we're all talking about theaterization and going in for a theater command for India, following the American example, following the Chinese example, following the Russian example of fronts. But question is, with the multiple threats you have got, both not only in the east but also in the west, Can we afford to have a theatre command? Do we have the resources to do it? It's a big question mark in my mind. I very sincerely doubt it. And I think we're going overboard on an issue which we're not ready to handle yet. But those are my views. There is, in addition, the economic threat, trade deficit, Indian trade deficit, tremendous. Flooding of northeastern region with Chinese goods, tremendous. Withholding strategic minerals and material, including rare earth and so on, tremendous. India's economic problems, tremendous. You can talk big about our GDP and everything, but with the nifty in the state it's in, I honestly think we're in trouble unless we pull up our socks. And therefore, I list it as one of our self-created threats. And cyber, info, and space, and EW, which Jan Malik will be talking about, I won't talk about it any further. Now, a quick view on the nature of war. There are a number of scenarios which I've taken, which you need to look at carefully. I'm not going to give you any solutions. But what I am is going to pose to you is certain things which, unfortunately, even while I was in uniform, I tried to put across to MO, sitting in this headquarters, but people didn't want to see reason. First is a strategy of attrition, like the Russians have done it, got a bloody nose for it. At the moment, we still look Fortress Tawang, Fortress Gangtok, Fortress Wallong, and defend accordingly, and concentrate our troops accordingly. Now, will you as a soldier, I ask this simply, go and bang your head into a brick wall? Or would you try to surpass it and cut it off and deal with it piecemeal? And therefore, I would suggest to you that the strategy of attrition is primarily what our primary pattern is at the moment, which needs a change. It needs a review, a major review. And we have to look at things more rationally, particularly with drones and high-tech artillery and loiter ammunition, pinpoint ammunition, guided munitions, and so on coming in. We're asking for trouble. The next scenario would be to follow the strategy of Sun Tzu, surprise and deception, and therefore follow the strategy of the indirect approach. Now, what would that mean? I'll start from the western part of Eastern Command, through Western Bhutan, not through Dola, but through Bhutan, Western Bhutan, and along with that through Eastern Nepal, totally bypassing whatever you've got sitting in Sikkim, cutting them off, and thereafter dealing with it, a combination from the rear and the front. Combination of strategy of attrition along with this. The second is the possibility of holding action in Subansiri sector. I must tell you, my own experience as a youngster, I did my first joint training at Duktengang in Bhutan, 4 joint trainings thereafter in Dolam Plateau. We were raised as jungle troops to operate behind PLA lines. So back in 1964, we used to raid Yatung Chinese facilities, the Chumbi Valley area, and therefore I'm quite conversant with that area. Sikkim also, same thing. And one of my credentials for speaking to you today is there's not a part of the entire Chinese border that I have not served. In those days, everything was footsie. So I foot-slogged over the entire Chinese border. I know what I'm talking about. The second is, as far as Tawang is concerned, through eastern Bhutan towards Sakting, the eastern prong coming, the western prong coming through Sakting, and the western prong coming through Asafila and surroundings, Subansiri Valley, swinging round via Sepla and those areas, meeting somewhere near Sela or Bomdila, with holding actions and a strategy of attrition being followed towards the one. The third would be in reference to Lohit through Vijayanagar. On the east and coming through Anini area in the west. Anini, Debang, that area. By the way, I was Joshi Tudev looking after the whole of Ralp and Upper Assam. So again, I know what I'm talking about, sorry. And as far as the central sector of Ralp is concerned, holding actions to defend the dam on the Brahmaputra, on the Great Bend that they're proposing, by holding actions along the Siang Valley, with possibly actions coming along Manigang and further to the east. The next option that they'd have is a combination of attrition using swarm drones in force, coupled with extensive artillery action, missile actions, fighter actions, and coupled with the surprise and deception. Active use of northern Myanmar and eastern Nepal to support actions. There's no such thing as sovereign states anymore. The next scenario is indirect proxy war and salami slicing, as has been done in Subansiri, Bhutan, and eastern Ladakh. You can expect that to be definitely done in combination with all these. And the fourth scenario is, which is extremely dangerous for us, is a combination of the above coupled with an attack on our logistic installations. I was looking after logistics in 71. We had stockpiled logistics for the whole of Eastern Command for operations in Bangladesh for 28 days. By the second day, people were yelling out for ammunition. Exhausted. Now, coupled with that, if you find these logistic installations under drone attack or under air attack or under missile attack, and a lot of it gets disrupted and destroyed, then we have problems on our hands. That's all I wanted to say on China. The actual threat, I'll now hand you over to Nilu, who will take on the geopolitical aspects. Thank you.
Before Nilu starts, thank you, sir. Gentlemen, you will find some repetition in various speakers speaking. That is because, as a matter of policy in Senate's case, we don't exchange our scripts or notes before a particular event, in order that everybody can speak what they want. So some kind of repetition is likely to be there, or like you call it mic off, they can play a little bit on whatever. It only stresses the point. Second thing, sir, you talked about comprehensive national park. I would like to add, there's no doubt that China is approximately 4.5 to 5 times ahead of us in comprehensive national parks. But perhaps after this large gathering and the way it went across in Prayagraj, the concept of comprehensive national park itself may need a little bit of tweaking.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all present and to viewers watching today's seminar on YouTube. General Mukherjee has in great detail examined the threat from China and has also argued that China may go to war with India to acquire disputed territories in a limited time frame, as is being said by some American think tanks. My talk will specifically focus on various options available to us to counter the threats, and in doing so, there will be, like General Roy mentioned, repetitions and emphasis on issues already covered by General Mukherjee, but that will only go further to bolster my presentation on such critical issues of concern. I intend to present my propositions as follows. Firstly, state some facts which are quite evident and indicate the present relationship with China. Secondly, present before you a scenario which can play out in the time frame indicated by General Mukherjee, leading to a major skirmish and even a full-scale war. Thirdly, I would then offer Sinner's case submissions and recommendations to counter the military threat emanating from China. And finally, how India needs to shape its foreign policy to buy time as also prepare for a military confrontation. Now, while deliberating on the military preparedness, I intend to just make passing observations and submissions on the air and naval aspects of our preparedness, as also the cyber and AI threat, and ways to counter them, as these three aspects will be discussed in detail by speakers after me who not only have domain expertise on these specific subjects, but have served at the highest level of our security apparatus before superannuating from service and joining our think tank. Now, some stated facts. Ladies and gentlemen, China and India are both unlikely to seek third-party mediation to resolve the border issue. China has land borders with 14 countries. It has settled border issues with all but India, Bhutan, and to the Lepcha area of Nepal. Given the stated positions of both countries, the resolution of the border problem is unlikely for quite some time to come. It may even extend beyond a decade from now. However, skirmishes and localized conflicts along the LAC is most likely from time to time. China will continue to be belligerent and keep the border issue alive, as its strategic objective is to force India to commit economic resources towards defense in a disproportionate manner, preventing it to becoming an economic powerhouse and rival China in its effort to dominate the Asian continent. As of 2024-2025, as General Mukherjee had indicated in his talk, India's defense budget is 621,940 crore, that is approximately 72 billion US dollars, consisting about 1.89% of the nation's projected GDP. Now, this reflects a slight decrease from the previous year, 2023-2024. For instance, defense spending was 1.97% of the GDP. In contrast, China's military expenditure in 2024 was estimated at 1.7% of its GDP. Now, despite the lower percentage compared to India, China's larger GDP results in a significantly higher absolute defense budget. In actual terms, it amounts to approximately US $290 billion. It is important to note that defense spending as a percentage of GDP is just one metric. The effectiveness of military expenditure also depends on factors like procurement, efficiency, technological advancements, and strategic resource allocation. Now, to match China's defense spending in absolute terms over the next decade, India would need to substantially increase its defense budget, and given the current GDP figures, this could require raising defense expenditure to approximately 3% or more of India's GDP. However, such an increase would depend on various factors, including economic growth, budgetary constraints, and strategic priorities. Let me now present a scenario of how the next round of military confrontation at a bigger scale than the Dokala standoff, or a Galwan clash may well take place in the time frame predicted by many think tanks. Now, what is the scenario that I am trying to place before you straight out of the hat? The succession of the 14th Dalai Lama is a contentious issue, particularly concerning China's territorial claims over regions like Arunachal Pradesh, which it refers to as South Tibet. China has expressed intentions to control the selection of the next Dalai Lama, potentially nominating a candidate from the Tawang monastery in Arunachal Pradesh to reinforce its claim over the area. Now, such a move could escalate tensions between India and China, as it directly challenges India's sovereignty over Arunachal Pradesh. The region has been a focal point of bitter disputes, with China asserting historical claims and India maintaining it as an integral part of its territory. Now, the nomination of a Chinese-approved Dalai Lama from the Tawang region would be perceived as a strategic narrative to assert control, potentially leading to the nominated Lama proclaiming allegiance to China, leading to diplomatic and then military confrontation. Now, China has previously intervened in the reincarnation process, such as in the case of Panchen Lama, where it selected its own candidate after detaining the boy recognized by Dalai Lama. A deep divide can be re-engineered again amongst the Tibetans community led by the present Dalai Lama. And China can challenge India's sovereignty over Arunachal Pradesh, even on international forums. China can raise the dramatic announcements and subsequently choreograph political actions on the ground and then provoke before aggressively moving militarily against India. In the interim period, China will draw us into a flurry of talks and negotiations while they carry out a grey zone warfare, which is a mix of military, economic, diplomatic, and information warfare tactics to gradually achieve its strategic objectives without triggering open conflict. This would include cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, economic coercions, maritime intrusions, and border provocations, such as it is doing in the LAC. Now, despite troop disengagement in Depsang and Demchak last October and the flurry of top-level diplomatic meetings that has been, there has been no let-up in China's strengthening of its military positions and infrastructure all along the LAC, stretching from eastern Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh. The infrastructure development activities of the PLA are continuing at multiple locations along the LAC. In the east, for instance, it is happening in Rongtochu and other valleys. The strategically located Yangtze in the crucial Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh is also witnessing China work assiduously to effect the tactical advantages India has in the area by controlling the high ground or ridge line, the plateau, from where it can see the PLA positions. Apart from new military camps and the concrete road constructed from Tangwa dual-use Ziokang border village towards LAC in the area, the PLA has upgraded a couple of dirt tracks there to ensure it can surge troops in larger numbers if required. Now, the PLA has also been focusing on establishing last-mile connectivity across Tawang, Nathula and North Sikkim, and in areas like Yangtze, Asafela, and Subansiri river valleys in Arunachal Pradesh, which remains major flashpoints. Now, India and China have agreed to resume the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra this year and consented to restart direct flights, but the thaw needs to be seen in the right perspective. The narrative is getting clearer. There has been no fundamental shift in Beijing's approach. The standoff at the LAC endures. The flurry of diplomatic meetings and headlines proclaiming return to pre-Galwan environment should clearly be ignored by the security apparatus of our country. What then do we need to do to counter the China's grey zone warfare as also prepare for a major military confrontation? 1. We should not fall into the Chinese trap of withdrawing our troops, which have been forward deployed to match the Chinese force levels post-Galwan. During negotiations, we should tell the Chinese that till our infrastructure development matches that of the PLA, We will not be withdrawing our forces, and this will keep the Chinese on the defensive. 2. Infrastructure development must continue at a rapid pace. Road connectivity, upgrading causeways and bridges to class 40/70, where required, construction of helipads, ALGs, and especially tunnels for storage of ammunition and war-like stores must continue. 3. There is a need to review the peacetime deployment of the strike corps. And I say this with some concern. For the strike corps to be effective in its launch pad, the formations need to be fully acclimatized. This can only happen if field cantonments are established in the class 2 or 3 tier habitats in Arunachal Pradesh. And these are available in Naharigun, in Pasighat, in Aulo, in Tezu, in Daparejo, in Zuro, in Bomdila, Khonsa, and Roing. Now, deployment of these battle groups in some of these locations may have to be done along with defensive formations already located there. But then large camping grounds and vehicle parking spaces will have to be identified, land acquired by the Defense Ministry, and thereafter developed to have formations stage forward to acclimatize in these areas. Tunnels and underground storage for at least 90 days WWR of ammunition and other warlike stores will have to be constructed. Firing ranges, hangars, helipads, ALGs are also required by the formations in forward areas. This major administration and logistics exercise must determine entire requirement of the strike corps in locations where deployment will ensure in situ acclimatization as they forward deploy. I wish to reiterate that moving up of the strike corps is necessary, keeping the vulnerability of the chicken's neck, which can be interdicted by air as well as by PLA pushed through western Bhutan. 4. It is quite evident that much has been done post Galwan, and we further need to enhance surveillance and early warning systems by deploying UAVs and AI-powered analytics to detect intrusions and preempt China's incremental territorial advances. Periodic and exclusive early warning and such exercises must be carried out with all assets deployed to test the capability of the entire surveillance system that we possess. This audit is of utmost importance to ensure coordination and vertical and lateral flow of information. 6. The vibrant border village program must not get stalled. The central and state government must work clearly with locals, ex-servicemen, and tourism trade entrepreneurs who wish to settle in these villages. Develop some of them into tourist destinations, and also consider us co-locating military units and formations in close proximity so that the villagers not only have a feeling of security but can develop an economic engagement with the units deployed by supplying fresh vegetables and other products. These villagers will not only become our eyes and ears but also by promoting civilian settlements. It will strengthen legal claims over disputed areas and increase the reach and penetration of state and local government agencies. These legal and administrative measures must be fully supported by the armed forces. In passing, I wish to also share an input that there are reports of acquisition of land close to the LAC on our side by some locals who are being provided funds by the Chinese. In a way, China trying to acquire land by proxy. Intelligence agencies should therefore be very careful while screening applicants for settling up these locals, ex-servicemen, and traders in the border villages. 7. There is a whole range of technological issues which need to be addressed, for which the nation and the armed forces needs to heavily invest in. These are in the field of cyber and information warfare and AI applications in controlled surveillance and reconnaissance, AI-driven decision making, deploying AI-powered drones and unmanned vehicles, etc. I will not delve into these important issues at this juncture because these will be covered in detail by our esteemed panelists, Major General Malik. I wish to only reiterate that presently China has a distinct edge in cyber and AI related technology which has been weaponized. We need to find answers to these problems and play catch up soonest. I now come to the last part of my talk of suggesting a foreign policy orientation towards China which is in complete sync with the strategic doctrines and aims and objectives of the armed forces. At the outset, I wish to mention that the foreign policy orientation that is being suggested by SENERSK is not an original, newly coined foreign policy initiative. It is in fact reinforcing the present policy that has been adopted by India. Our submissions only explain the nuances of the engagement while we keep our guard and continue to prepare for war. It is towards this context that SENERSK recommends that India's foreign policy towards China should be guided by a combination of strategic pragmatism, economic resilience, and military preparedness. Given the historical tensions, economic interdependence, and shifting global dynamics, India's approach should balance deterrence with engagement. We should deepen military ties with key allies like the US, France, and Israel for advanced technology and intelligence sharing. We should continue to reduce dependence on foreign arms imports and boost self-reliance. We should gradually shift critical supply chains from China to friendly nations, while at the same time strengthen domestic manufacturing. We should continue to implement stricter controls on Chinese investments, particularly in sensitive sectors. We should continue to engage in diplomatic negotiations and maintain stability and avoid miscalculations along the border. We should judge how to deepen our cooperation with US, Japan, and Australia under the Quad, and now drop the facade of this organization being an economic organization by now planning and conducting joint military air and maritime operations in the South Pacific. India must continue to engage with ASEAN and Middle powers and strengthen ties with Southeast Asian nations to counter Chinese influence and establish alternative trade routes. We should continue our engagement with BRICS and SCO. Our strategic presence in the Indian Ocean must be enhanced. Admiral Dasgupta, our panelists discussing maritime security issues, will be further elaborating on this aspect. There is also a subtle requirement of supporting Tibet and Taiwan diplomatically, while at the same time leverage global geopolitical trends by capitalizing on growing US-China tensions, and our relationship with Russia has to be finely balanced. It is still our major ally and military hardware supplier. In essence, therefore, the SENERSK maintains, and the mantra is to follow the 5C policy, which encompasses all that I have stated. And what are these 5 C's? Coexistence, cooperate, collaborate, compete, confront, and contest. What does it imply? Coexist. We cannot change our neighbors. They are there as permanent fixtures. We must meet. We greet each other when we meet. We maintain diplomatic relations. We avoid interfering in each other's internal affairs. However, we do not go overboard in our way to socialize. Cooperate. As responsible and mature nations, we should cooperate on issues of global concerns such as climate change, epidemic and health issues affecting mankind, as also providing aid during natural disasters. Collaborate. We should not shy away from collaborating with China on projects exploring methods to prevent ecological damage, prevent pollution of oceans and rivers, and draw benefits from agrarian and health research. Compete. Self-explanatory. All the more important as China coerces friends and neighbors to obtain contracts or major infra contracts, especially in sensitive areas involving ports and mineral exploitation in our neighborhood. We must also compete with China on cyber and applied intelligence, drone and aviation technology, and manufacture and supply of military hardware. Confront and contest. We must do that instantly, rapidly, with speed and efficiency, and with ruthless determination. Every effort of China to destabilize our nation and violate our LSE till a resolution of the problem is there. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to use a quote from our Vice President, Major General Arun Roy's observation during our in-house deliberations and discussions on countering China. And I quote, "Today the fifth pillar of power is technology. That said, the soldier still remains the weapon. Everything else are mere accessories. How much of a success would technology be in jungles and mountains is anyone's guess, unquote. We have the capability to face up to China and ensure she adheres to good neighborly behavior. What we have outlined is a 10-year-long program for keeping our guard up and our powder dry. Thank you.
Now we will have Colonel T.S. Sarkar speaking to us on the big dam coming up at the river bend on Yarlung Sangpo in Tibet.
Robert, presentation please. Presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We know that there is a unrest in Bangladesh, lack of order having impact on India. Similarly, there are infrastructural development in Chinese side on the northeast frontier, and it has got severe geopolitical implications. Now, we will see the deliberations on the implications of dam that is being planned by Chinese on river Yarlung Sangpo in the next 20 minutes. While deliberating this subject, I was reminded of a book, When a Billion Chinese Jump. Now this book, written by Jonathan Watts. Next slide. During his childhood, he feared that if billion Chinese lived simultaneously at the same time, the earth may shift its axis by a few degrees. Well, that was a nightmare that the child used to have as a fantasy. But subsequently, when Chinese constructed these three gorgeous dams holding 39.3 billion cubic meters of water, it did in fact cause a nanosecond shift in Earth's rotation as per the report by NASA. Now, despite being this dam, being the largest hydroelectric project, the dam remains conspicuously absent from the visits by top Chinese Communist Party leaders. It is a silent admission of its environmental and social cost, including the displacement of 1.5 million people and, of course, landslide and biodiversity loss. Next. Now, China is now planning to have even a grander endeavor, creating a dam on river Yarlung Sangpo. Now, that plunges into India as Brahmaputra. If completed, this structure projected to generate 60 gigawatt of power, nearly 3 times than the Three Gorges Dam, could fundamentally alter the regional water security and geopolitics. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall deliberate on these Chinese interventions on this river, look into the feasibility. Next, the environmental consequence. Next please, next slide please. The environmental consequences and the strategic risk of this proposed mega project. While doing that, we will have a quick look at this river, Yarlung Sangpo, the data about the geographical data and layout. Based on that, we will address certain myths which is existing, primarily because of lack of transparency from the Chinese side. The existing and under construction dam, already it is there, and we will deliberate in details on these mega dam, that is the Medag hydropower projects that is there. And of course, many times in many forums we discuss about the water diversion project, and we'll have a quick look on that. We'll have a factual overview. And then we'll get into India's concern and military implications, Bangladesh ORIs, and then policy recommendations. Next, please. Next. Now, this river Yarlung Sangpo, it flows in Tibet for 1,625 kilometers. The river enters into India at Geling, Tooting in Arunachal Pradesh, where it is called Siang. Then it flows 916 kilometers from Arunachal throughout the Assam in India, and first as Siang and then later as Brahmaputra after merging with Dibang and Lohit rivers of Assam. In Bangladesh, it flows 337 kilometers as Jamuna before joining Padma Meghna river system. The total length is 2,880 kilometers. Next. We'll have a quick look at the basin distribution. In China, it is 50%. India, it is nearly 34%. Bangladesh, 8%. And Bhutan, nearly 8%. However, the precipitation is in Tibet, it is less than 400 mm annually, whereas in Arunachal Pradesh and Assam, it is ranging from 4,000 mm to 5,000 mm annually, primarily with a monsoon that is there every year. And when you talk about the sediment load in Brahmaputra river, it unloads about 720 million tons annually, and it is also subjected to frequent channel shift, monsoon-induced flood and erosion. Next. Now, based on this, I will quickly address certain myths, primarily due to lack of transparency of data from the Chinese side. The myths are primarily the China dam, if constructed, it will deplete the water downstream. Now, the fact is, the Yarlung Sangpo contributes in the precipitation that is there around 27%, and Brahmaputra's balance precipitation and the contribution of water is primarily in India and some part is in Bangladesh. So therefore, in case there is an impact, that can only be there due to regulation of water in the Chinese side, but it is not going to have a severe impact as such. The second myth is the Chinese upstream projects will trap sediments. Ladies and gentlemen, 95% of the sediment load that is generated in India and some part in Bangladesh. So it is going to have a minimal impact. There is another myth that glacial melt is the primary water source. I already explained it is not correct. And there is a fear that China could divert Brahmaputra water northward. Now, this aspect is being deliberated later. However, it is adequate to say that this project has been deliberated in many forums. Even in China, it is seen as economically, for the time being, economically and technically unfeasible due to extreme elevation differences and high infrastructural cost and complex terrain. And of course, the last myth that's there always, that China's dam will reduce the oil fertility, which is less likely to happen in India and Bangladesh. Next, please. We'll have a quick look at the China's dam projects. All over the China, there are 98,000 dam and reservoirs, and out of which, even world's 40% of the largest dams are in China. Next, please. On river Yarlung Sangpo, there are a total of 11 dams, out of which 2 dams are already constructed and 9 are under constructions. So this is generally the present situation in river Yarlung Sangpo. Next, please. Now coming to the main water project, that is the Medak hydropower station that is being planned to be constructed on river Yarlung Sangpo. Next. I shall get into certain details that China's this ambitious plan on river Yarlung Sangpo involves 2 major projects. It talks about 2 major projects. One is that hydropower station having 60 gigawatt mega dam that is approved under 14th 5-year plan, and it has been re-stressed and declared once again on 25th of December last year. And also there have been many number of places deliberations about the water diversions from the river Yarlung Sangpo towards the northwestern China, particularly in Xinjiang. Now these projects has got a long-term strategic goal, and of course China's aim towards carbon neutrality targeted by 2060. Coming to these particular aspects of Medak hydropower station, the project details are: initial studies was carried on from 1990. The first major dam was in Jiangbu Dam, which is around 540 megawatt. It is operational from 2014, and this particular project has been recognized, as I already said, in December last year, and it is part of the 14th five-year plan, and it is also having a construction starting date planned for 2025 this year. Some activities have already been observed, and completion date in 2033 estimated. Next, please. Now, there are certain challenges that this particular dam faces. Now, this is firstly the technical specification. It is installed capacity of 60,000 megawatt, 60 gigawatt, with an annual output generation of 300 TWh, that is terawatt per hour, and it has got a structural feature in the great bend that you can see in the Yarlung Sangpo. It has got a 2,000 meter drop. That's what China wants to exploit. On the right top slide that you can see that there is a line drawn in the Great Bend. That's where China is planning to create in a 40-kilometer long tunnel having 6 segments and drive the water from that particular point towards the right end or the eastern end and create a mega power station there. But this particular project has got its own risk. Firstly, geological risk, that it is most sedimentally and seismically active zone. As you see on the left side, the Indian plate, it collides with the Eurasian plate in the similar region, and this is most seismically active region having large number of earthquakes and loss of life. Now, China is heedless to these facts because this area is occupied territory. Secondly, this area, as you see the left below slide, this area is a highly landslide prone area with a glacial lake outburst, and that is a serious concern. In the technical execution part, we see that this 40-kilometer long tunnel, it is divided into 6 segments and one of the most complex tunneling projects globally. It requires high strength dam materials, and extreme cold climate and high pressure creates its own challenges. There are strategic purpose of China. China is looking at renewable energy goals, as I mentioned, that is carbon neutrality by 2060, the hydropower dominance. It wants to become the global leader in the hydroelectric power generation, and of course, the most important which impacts India is the downstream water control. Now, that is going to impact on India and Bangladesh by regulating water flow of the Yarlung Sangpo. Now, coming to the next aspect of the environmental and ecological concern, it is having a tectonic risk. As I mentioned, there is going to be a water quality issue, primarily because if it regulates water, the dam is definitely going to hold certain sediments and it is going to impact the immediate areas in India. There is going to be also, they are doing it already, chemical hazards and cloud seeding. In numerous stations, there are reports that China is carrying out cloud seeding and the various chemical process by turning the water into clouds and shifting it towards their required direction. Now, this has got its own environmental hazards. Now, next please. I'll quickly look into this aspect because it is discussed many times that China is likely to shift the water from Yarlung Sangpo towards its northwestern region, the dotted arrow which indicates so. Already China has got existing certain projects, and China is shifting not from Yarlung Sangpo but from Yangtze River to the other direction towards the northeastern direction, and it is shifting around 76.5 billion cubic meters of water, and it is benefiting around 185 million people, and it supplies 45 cities as of now. China, it has diverting Yarlung Sangpo water in the arid northeast areas of Xinjiang. This diversion is proposed, discussed, and it is a south to north water diversion project, and these studies indicate it is not viable. Next please. So we'll quickly get into the inferences. Firstly, the Medak hydropower station, it is an approved project. It is an advancing project with construction expected to begin 2025. The water diversion plan remains an unofficial, highly debated proposal facing significant unfeasibility and environmental challenges. The hydropower water control, it is part of the pillars of China's 100-year strategy. Now, this 60 gigawatt Medak mega dam, and the proposed Northwest Water Diversion Project are central to his vision, strengthening energy security, economic influence, strategic control over vital water resources, and these initiatives extend beyond infrastructure, serving as geo-economic and geopolitical instrument that reflects China's strategy of long-term endurance over short-term confrontation. We keep seeing this short-term confrontation carried out by US and Europe. We have seen the instances of what is happening in Ukraine, but China do not get into that, and this is also part of cognitive warfare. Now coming to India's concern, next please. First of all, yes, directly till the time it is only the dam, it may not impact the water flow in a major way, but during the dry seasons, the winter, it is likely to have impact, and it is going to cause a drought as well as artificial flood, of course, during the rainy season in the monsoon. If China regulates the water, it is likely to have, and as of now, China do not share water data with India. There are MOU agreements. Now, India and China signed this initial memorandum in 2002. Now, this was to share the data from May 15 to October 15 in the high flow season. This renewal of MOU agreement was supposed to take place, but it has not taken place as yet. In 2017, there was a data halt. Also to mention, during the year of 2017, we have observed that the Brahmaputra water was even extremely muddy during the period of winters as well, which is not supposed to be. There was activities in the upstream by the Chinese, and the data was not shared and even denied. Now, India's concern is that the floods in Assam is also occurring due to lack of hydrological data and lack of warning. It has got major impacts on our side. Now, coming to the military implications. Next, please. Firstly, the strategic infrastructure. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this dam is located very close to the LAC, where China as India had border disputes now. Now, these dams provide logistical advantage for troop movement and military activities. Now, there is not one dam, there are other dams as well. So, therefore, we may have to have a relook about the options that China may generate by creating these infrastructures. Now, this infrastructure also increase China's strategic advantage over downstream nations. That includes, of course, Bangladesh as well. This weather modification and the regulation of water, I have repeated before, it has got its tactical advantage towards China. China is capable, and they are holding the informations as well. They are capable of doing hydrological manipulations even in future. It gives China geographical leverage. About Bangladesh, Bangladesh is worried about the depletion of water in Brahmaputra, that is Jamuna at their end, because the water flow of Ganges is regulated by India. So they are primarily dependent on the Brahmaputra water flow. This reduction of water flow is going to have a serious impact on Bangladesh. However, Bangladesh believes in bilateral negotiations, and they want to be in good terms with China. Next, please. Now, next, I will come to the policy recommendations from the India's perspective. We have to push legally binding water sharing treaty with China through UN or World Bank mediation. China wants to have only bilateral negotiations. Right now, we don't have any kind of renewed MOU as on date. Then mandatory flood and hydrological data sharing, and no unilateral damming or diversions without downstream consultation. Joint disaster mitigation effort. Now, there is a challenge. China resists binding agreements, preferring bilateral negotiations with weaker states. Mitigation strategy can only be strengthen India-Bangladesh diplomatic alignment, including ASEAN nations affected by China's Mekong policies, which impacts them negatively. However, present condition of Bangladesh and our terms and conditions and relations, it is a challenging factor. Also, establish a Brahmaputra River Commission with India, Bangladesh, Bhutan and Nepal, providing an early warning system for flood and prevention. This issue also is a bit challenging, as on date, because we don't have that positive terms even with Nepal. Now coming to the early warning system for flood prevention, we have to create a collective bargaining front against unilateral Chinese actions, leverage global forums, United Nations, G20, BRICS, ASEAN to push a multilateral water regulations and apply economic pressure on China. The aspect of infrastructural and technological measures, we have to fast track our own hydropower projects in Arunachal Pradesh to establish prior water users rights. And these three major projects, which is under construction, and out of that two are approved as on date. One is Upper Siang Hydroelectric Project, Subansiri Lower Hydroelectric Project, and Dibang Valley Hydropower Project. Now these projects have to be fast tracked. Now develop AI-based flood prediction model and geospatial monitoring and real-time river surveillance. We have to start developing these capabilities, and also we have to construct more bridges and airstrips which have to be proof from any kind of activities or sudden flow of water in Brahmaputra. Our movement cannot be hindered. We have to deploy ISRO and DRDO satellite tracking monitor. Sudden dam release by China, it have to have an early warning for us. Unauthorized diversion of Brahmaputra water, any activities, we must understand, we must know. And impact of China's weather modification program, we must monitor. Of course, we have to also go for the economic and trade leverage. Next, please. We have to limit, though Chinese infrastructure initiative are nominal in any kind of water constructions, however, we have to limit their activities in our case and encourage Japanese, EU and US interventions and seek World Bank and Asian Development Bank fundings. Next, please. Right, gentlemen, we come to the final thought. India and its regional allies must adopt a multi-pronged strategy combining diplomatic, technological, military and economic measures to counter China's unilateral control over Brahmaputra and ensure a long-term water security in this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Next on line is Professor Amit Dey. He is the head of the Department of History of Calcutta University and is a specialist on Bangladesh. While he takes the podium, I would like to just stress upon a couple of things. China is one of the only two countries in the world who have not signed international law. That must be kept in mind whenever we talk about it. Second thing, precipitation on the Indian side is more than enough in the Brahmaputra to be worried for lack of water from the Brahmaputra to rectify this gap. And the final thing is, in our Brahmaputra Valley, whether it would be economically viable to put in so many dams and create further issue for the fishing economists which live on this side. Thank you, Professor Dey.
I am extremely grateful to Research Center for Eastern and Northeastern Regional Studies, particularly to Colonel T.S. Sarkar, whom I met in the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture while we engaged ourselves in Indological studies. So far, I am extremely illuminated by the discussions by our previous speakers, and also Colonel T.S. Sarkar has rightly pointed out that China doesn't engage herself in strategic battles with other countries like the Europeans or perhaps even the US, but by controlling nature, by projecting eco-geographical projects, China tries to control the world and of course the neighborhood, and we have to think about that. Now we are speaking about Bangladesh. Recent developments are disturbing, but you might agree with me that the intelligence system of our country probably was not aware what was going to happen in Bangladesh. So that's why I thought that so far we also highlighted certain aspects, the quantitative aspect so far as our military and other diplomatic preparedness is concerned. But the problem or the threat that is being posed by recent developments in Bangladesh is, I would argue, that it's largely invisible and more complex, and it will be extremely challenging to encounter this sort of a challenge being posed by the situation unleashed in Bangladesh after the ouster of Sheikh Hasina. But I should have a larger canvas, because if you have statistics that this country has these types of tanks and other military equipments, you can measure that enemy is visible. But if the cultural fabric, socio-cultural fabric is transformed, that can be extremely challenging, and that can be a very long-term challenge to encounter. So it's a very serious problem. Yes, unlike many other powerful countries, Bangladesh will not pose a military challenge to India, but culturally and socially Bangladesh can be a hub of types of activities which can takes which we can take generations to encounter. That's the most challenging part. So that's why I should have a larger canvas. But we have to understand that Bangladesh society is a very heterogeneous society. Still many people, both educated and semi-educated, they are prepared to collaborate with India, but there are some more visible, though they are a minority, I would claim, more visible people in public space and sometimes acting in a clandestine way, who are trying to radicalize the society, which I have said that I have used a term, institutionalized exclusivism. This is very challenging. Now it has a long history. For example, eastern part of Bengal and western part of Bengal had different trajectories from time immemorial, because of eco-geographical factors, because of the time constraint. I will not delve deep into that. For example, look what was happening in the 1920s when Bengal was undivided. There were fatwas being issued against the minstrels or the baul singers, folk singers, fatwas. These are being issued, very serious, and the politicians are signing those fatwas against the bauls. So bauls or the mystical singers represented the composite culture of this region, and even Rabindranath patronized Lalon Shah, the greatest of the baul singers. So fatwas being issued against the bauls when India was not even divided. This is very serious. And even in the 1920s and 30s, there was another debate going on, though it was resolved in the pages of Bengali Muslim periodicals. What would be the official language or the vernacular language of the people of Bengal, eastern part of Bengal to be more precise, whether it would be Urdu or Bengali. This is very important. That's an element of uncertainty or fluidity regarding the identity formation of the people of this region. Taking advantage of that, some external forces can vitiate the environment against Indian interest. That is very much important. So I draw your attention to this fact. And long time ago, the Mughal Emperor Jahangir said that we have to prepare a column in the army which you can call Lashkar-e-Dua, or the army of prayer, which is not visible, but they fight for the empire. So similarly, this Lashkar-e-Dua can be recreated and re-established in this vitiating environment, in this rapidly changing socio-cultural fabric of our eastern neighbor. That is very much important. And again, in the 1930s, another thing is happening when India was still undivided. Separatism in political activities, separatism. It was happening more in the eastern part because of many economic and socio-cultural circumstances, and ultimately culminating in the partition, which also utilized the theoretical position of two-nation theory sponsored by the ulama. But remember, again, ulama can be very heterogeneous. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad is also an alim, ulama. Ulama, if they wish, they can interpret the scripture in a very positive way, in a very harmonizing manner, as done by Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, who did not find the existence of two-nation theory within the Islamic scriptures. But there can be also an ulama fanned by the neighboring inimical countries to say that no, there is a divisive element in the scriptures, and use that divisive element against Indian interest or against the interest of your neighbor. That can be done. So it's a very complex and heterogeneous aspect. It is interesting in this context that Gandhi, who was very much worried about the communal riots taking place in eastern parts, particularly Noakhali, Gandhi put emphasis on composite nationalism and used Islamic scripture to prove that there is no two-nation theory within the Islamic scriptures. But there can also be ulama sponsored by the Muslim League earlier during the pre-Pakistan days, and later on nowadays there are Hifazat-e-Islam and Jamaat-e-Islami and others. They can utilize the scripture to pinpoint the divisive, inimical aspect available within the scripture. So scripture is very, I would say that there's an element of ambiguity which can be used by these sort of forces which are very exclusivist, but scripture can also be used in a very positive way. And I know I regularly used to visit Bangladesh before this political turmoil, and I know that many people, even those who are very religious, they try to interpret the scripture in a very positive way and try to promote a better relationship with neighboring India. And similarly, some semi-literate and mystically oriented people, mainly residing in the Bangladeshi countryside, they are also very eager to collaborate with the Indians. And I have the experience that at the institutional level, at the university level, Bangladeshis are still very much eager to collaborate. Every year we receive many applications to collaborate with Indian universities. We can take advantage of that. People-to-people communication is very important so that we can sustain this composite aspect of common culture involving the Bengalis in this part and that part of the world. So, and we noticed that how these developments were taking place. For example, there was the language movement 1950, which was a serious challenge against the two-nation theory and the institutionalized exclusivism, culminating in the emergence of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. But we have to be aware that even during the time of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, there was economic crisis. My previous speakers have pointed out that economic factor is very important in certain developments in military preparedness and in the relationship involving the neighboring countries. So similarly, Mujib had this problem within 3 or 4 years of coming to power, and he allowed Iranian and Arab countries to invest in the madrasas. And again, I draw your attention to the fact that madrasas can be very heterogeneous. Some madrasas can put emphasis on aspects which can put emphasis on harmony, but some madrasas also can, if they wish, put emphasis on divisive elements and this sort of inimical aspects which can be interpreted from scriptural standpoint. That is very much important. So what happened? During this economic crisis, the Iranian people invested in Shia type of madrasas, and the Saudi Arabia elements invested in Sunni type of madrasas. But I am again saying that even Maulana Azad and many other people are madrasa educated, but madrasa can be used in a very positive way as well, as Gandhi tried to do. Gandhi was inspired by Sufism as well as Islamic scriptures, and Prophet Muhammad was one of Gandhi's heroes. So this cultural dimension is very important, but taking advantage of the economic crisis coupled with the growth of a sort of exclusivist madrasas, sometimes foreign powers can take advantage. And definitively, my previous speakers have pointed out this is a very serious aspect. China and Pakistan are moving closer, and in the context of recent developments in Bangladesh, they can try to utilize, they will try to turn every stone which will appear before them or before their way. That is very much important. And again, what happened in Bangladesh after it emerged as a People's Republic of Bangladesh, after the ouster and the brutal killing of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman in the 80s and 90s, what happened, you know, you have to recognize that a military regime developed. They had no electoral base, and they tried to legitimize their position by the process of Islamization, a very exclusivist process of Islamization. Gandhi also interpreted Islam. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad also wrote tafsir, that is commentary on the Quran, but that was based on the composite notion of human brotherhood. But this sort of Islamization was based on exclusivism, and the state was acting, if not hand in hand, at least hand in glove with these forces of Islamic fundamentalism or radicalization in society. And that was very crucial, and you will recognize that like the Pakistani army, Pakistani constitution, the army in Bangladesh enjoyed certain types of immunity. Their budget, and even if they are associated with some types of atrocities that could not have been discussed in the parliament. So they enjoyed certain types of immunity like the Pakistani army. So there was a chemistry going on between the military institution at this process of Islamization, not on the basis of composite culture, but on the basis of institutionalized exclusivism. We have to address this problem by promoting people-to-people contact, institution-to-institution contact, and regular cultural exchanges which will sustain these mystical activities which is based on human unity rather than human division. So sometimes we have seen that the Indian Army played a very significant role in some of the troubled regions by spreading education, by carrying out sporting activities and other cultural activities. So other institutions, even non-governmental institutions can play a very significant role here, and I notice that every year there is an exchange of artists between two countries. But if there is radicalization like this, and you might have noticed that there had been fresh assaults on cultural performers, because hegemonic orthodoxy is inimical to music, dance and all forms of cultural activities. So if we can carry out these sort of activities even beyond the government initiative, even beyond the military organization, I think on a long-term basis, as Colonel Sarkar has pointed out, that China is thinking in terms of long-term projects, but China is doing that in the infrastructural development, but we can think in terms of in the realm of cultural and social activities in a long-term basis, so that the empty ground is not utilized by potential enemies in the neighborhood. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my views.
Thank you, Professor Day. I would like to reinforce the point on madrasas that was brought out very well by Professor Day. In the past, Gujarat government had positively turned the madrasa education or the madrasas located on the Gujarat-Rajasthan border in a very positive manner. Insofar as of today, I am given to believe that madrasas have teachers from all communities, students from all communities, and a very modern syllabus. So that is as far as the madrasas goes. If the state governments have the will, they can manage this. Bangladesh's shift towards more hardcore Islamic identity is turning actually into a concern for India. Actions like lifting the ban on Jamaat-e Bangladesh, Islami Bangladesh, have only deepened the situation. Islamist terror outfits like Ansarullah Bangla team has been known to set up modules in West Bengal, in North Bengal area. And they are essentially targeting the Siliguri corridor, which is perhaps a sub-plan of a much wider plan to create an Eastern Levensraum for the community beyond in our northeast region. With that, I would like to invite our next speaker, Ambassador Gautam Mukherjee on Myanmar. He has been the ambassador to Myanmar and has a lot to say to us from where we can take this thing. Let's have the Myanmar map. So will that do, sir?
Well, we'll do with whatever there is. Good morning, everyone.
You're on mute.
No, I'm not.
Okay, now you're okay.
Right. Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank General Mukherjee, Senators K, General Roy, for this invitation to participate in today's very wide-ranging discussions. And a map of Myanmar will do. A slightly more detailed map would have been better, but let that not come in the way. Let me also congratulate and thank all the speakers
Can you have the previous
before
map?
me.
That has got more details, I think.
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, this is considerably better. So I'd also like to thank my previous speakers for their very, very illuminating comments. I really enjoyed the discussions on China and, of course, Professor Dey's latest contribution on Bangladesh. So my subject is Myanmar. I spent 3 years there between 2013 and 16 and have been following it quite closely. And I think some of the things that I might have to say might be a little counter cognitive in the sense that they might not be, yeah, along the grain of what is set perceptions about Myanmar. Particularly, I notice in our security establishment. So let me start with first the course of the war. You know, there's a tendency in India to think that, like it happened in 1988 when there was a pro democracy agitation, and in 2 years that was suppressed and the military came back in full strength and then continued to rule until about 2015. There's a tendency to think that, history will follow the same set pattern, that force is always more powerful than or military force is necessarily more powerful than popular force or people's movements, and that sooner or later it's a question of waiting out the time. The military will be back in control of things, and particularly if the military is backed by strong powers like China and Russia and the indifference of much of the rest of the world. I think what we are witnessing in Myanmar in the last effectively 4 years is something very different and something very new that is happening in Asia. And I would just say that this agitation really began literally with peaceful protests, a civil disobedience movement, very Gandhian in character. It was extraordinarily, different also in the sense that it was started by doctors and teachers who were actually government servants who went on civil disobedience movements. And this movement moved into an armed struggle only after the junta, the military junta, completely suppressed peaceful forms of protest. And the great difference was this, that there's Burma, or Myanmar, or as we call it, has always had conflict. Ever since the time of its independence, it has had a multitude of ethnic armed organizations that have been at odds with the center, whether it was a democratic center or a military center, through this entire period. But the heartland of the Bama people along the Irrawaddy and Chindwan valleys, of mostly Irrawaddy valleys and other valleys to the east, they have largely been quiescent except for periods of spontaneous rebellion against military rule. And what we saw now in 2021 was a radical change where the largely quiescent, the largely passive Burma people who were not armed literally started off the resistance with sticks and stones, the equivalent of sticks and stones, with country made rifles, including in some of the hill areas like the Chin areas. And over a period of the last 3, 4 years, have acquired control of more than, certainly more than 50%, possibly more than 60% of the territory of Myanmar. Of course, that territory of Myanmar is largely on the periphery, largely in the hills, largely in the ethnic areas. But that doesn't mean that there is not resistance and rebellion in the Burma areas as well. Today, in many ways, the heartland of the resistance is in the heartland of Myanmar, in Sagaing, in Magwe, and in Mandalay regions, and in other regions as well. So, what we have seen over the last 3, 4 years, particularly starting with October 2023, when you had the Three Brotherhood Alliance, is that this has been largely a movement, A, for democracy, but not necessarily all rebel factions are standing for democracy. But all of them are certainly standing for a much greater degree of decentralization, a much greater degree of federalism. And I would venture to say that this is actually Myanmar's real freedom struggle. In 1948, when they got independence, it was an independence led by an elite military cadre that had actually joined hands with Japan against the British and then switched sides to liberate Myanmar or Burma at that time from the Japanese. But it was never matched by any parallel mass movement, like a political movement or a mass movement like we had by led by Gandhi and the Congress Party in India. So it was essentially a kind of elite hijack that finally, after the 1962 coup, manifested itself in military rule in Myanmar from 1962 until 2015, when, under elections as part of the seven stage roadmap for democracy chartered by General Than Shwe, essentially to preserve the leadership of the military and to preserve the control of the military, that backfired to some extent because the elections threw up Daw Aung San Suu Kyi as she couldn't be made president, but she became counselor. So this anti military movement, this pro democratic, anti military, pro federal movement, uh, it is leading to a very changed Myanmar. I think Myanmar will never be a centralized state anymore. Now, Indian security establishment likes to deal with one centralized authority wherever they may be. And I think that is something that we're going to have to adjust. Myanmar is going to be a much more fragmented, much more fractured, much more decentralized, and much more varied country. A lot of people fear that this might lead to balkanization and perhaps even the breakup of the country, which would not be in our interest. I agree. But I feel that uh, right now the options before us are not centralized rule under the military, but really how best we can make use of this popular movement for decentralization, federalism, and democracy, and be able to harness it both to keep Myanmar united under a much more loose arrangement and to be much more pro India. Now, I won't go into too much detail about the 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 advance of the military forces, but I think all of you would know that effectively the Arakan army has almost total control of Rakhine and is now pressing into Ayeyarwady, Bago, and Magwe regions. In Magwe, most of the defense industries are established, and once it succeeds in establishing a bridgehead in Magwe, a lot of the defense establishments, production establishments, will come under their under their under threat from that point of view, and that could also affect the performance of the Myanmar army a lot more. In northern Shan, most of northern Shan is out. It's only because of very strong Chinese pressure that the war has not moved closer into the valley. It is already on the edge of Pinolin, which is their defense services academy. Some of the defense establishments are moving out of Pinolin now. Towards the north, they are also bearing down on Mandalay with the help of the Kachins. The Kachins themselves are very close to taking over Bamo. In Chin state, more or less, most of the Chin state is going out of their hands. There were two alliances, they have recently got together. And really, it is only the area north of Tamu up to Pansao that still remains under not actually technically only military juntas, but actually various kinds of organizations, including valley-based insurgent groups, Meitei Valley-based insurgent groups, based in, of course, originating from Manipur, but also the NSCN IM and other groups that are against, the pro-democracy movement, like the Shani National Army. And of course, this is a very restive area, and this poses a challenge and extremely serious challenges now in Manipur, particularly the northern part of Manipur, perhaps leading into Nagaland. But the bigger challenge there, I think, is not so much coming from the Kukizo groups as much as from the valley-based Meitei groups and the NSC and IM. Though there is a tendency in India to exaggerate in many ways the threats that are being posed by, the tribal groups effectively. And I think that brings me to my second point, which is that the challenges to Burma, there is nothing in this pro democracy movement that is anti India. In fact, if anything, they look up to India as a federal democracy and as a role model for them. And that, India has taken a couple of interesting steps of late. In November, India invited, the Ministry of External Affairs invited several, both pro government groups as well as armed and anti government groups for a kind of seminar, um, and positioned itself actually very interestingly at a kind of tangent from China, which had taken increasingly a pro junta and pro military stance publicly. as opposed to just playing from behind. But we have not seen that initiative really develop in any kind of serious manner. I think the most important development that has happened since the Three Brotherhood Alliance moved into, into its sort of advance is that China has come out openly from playing a background role on both sides with the junta as well as with the armed opposition, particularly in relation to the criminal and security and law and order threats it was facing on its border, to take a very openly pro junta position. And the question is whether this would have the impact or net desired impact on their part to be able to reverse the armed opposition and to be able to restore the kind of central authority that China, too, like India, in some respects, wants from Myanmar. Most recently, post President Trump's assumption to the presidency, Russia has right now, almost as we speak, invited General Min Aung Hlaing, the chief of defense staff of Myanmar, to Moscow, and is probably also likely to strengthen its backing of the military regime. The question is whether the backing of China and Russia, and perhaps the indifference of the United States all along, but perhaps even more so under President Trump, will be able to reverse the momentum of the armed opposition. And my bet, of course, I'm putting my neck out a bit, is that in all likelihood, China has made a strategic mistake by siding with the junta. China's siding with the junta is extremely unpopular. By trying to uh, interfere in the course of the war in Myanmar, actually, China will end up driving the war away from its borders in the Shan Plateau and in the Kachin areas, more and more into the heartland of Myanmar. And the heartland of Myanmar has always been more and more nationalist than the ethnic areas which have always needed external support for their struggles for autonomy or independence or whatever. And historically, too, China has never been able to dominate Myanmar. The last time they attempted this was in the 18th century. They failed by a combination of natural as well as military factors. So this is an open question. China has strategic interests. People talked about the two ocean strategy, the Indian Ocean. It has its CMEC, the China Myanmar Economic Corridor. It has its deep sea port that it is building in Chofu, which is just a few hundred kilometers down from Sittwe. It has huge economic investments in mines, copper, nickel, various other forms, in electricity, in dams, and it's not going to relinquish that. And in order to safeguard its interests, as General Mukherjee, I think, pointed out earlier, they've even formed something like a joint security company jointly with the Myanmar military, which is still being negotiated. But overall, I find that the threat posed by China is very little discussed in the Indian media or even in Indian security establishments. In fact, increasingly in the context of what is happening in the Northeast and particularly Manipur, we see in certain, particularly right-wing circles, that the threat posed by the United States or the threat posed by Christian evangelism eclipses the threat posed by China. And in fact, in numerous interactions that we've had with the Burmese of various hues, we have seen that for them, the challenge is democracy and federalism, and that's what they are fighting. There is not a communal element in their struggle, but there is a tendency in India to view a lot of what is happening from our own prism and from the prisms of problems that we have in India and in the neighborhood, including Bangladesh, from a kind of religious or communal perspective. What are largely ethnic and political issues are being given a different kind of color and twist. And I would say that if the diagnosis is wrong, the solutions can never be right. And it is very necessary to be clear that what is the element, highly exaggerated kind of assessments of so called illegal migration, of so called Christian evangelical activity. I'm not saying that they don't exist. Some of it probably does exist, but they are highly exaggerated. They are false threats that we are responding to while ignoring the real threat, which is going to be China. And China, the junta's weakness and its dependence on weapons from abroad, both from Russia and China, have thrown Myanmar, and particularly the military junta, more and more into the hands of the Chinese, pretty much against their will, because General Min Aung Hlaing, when he started out, was in fact trying to get out of the grip of the Chinese and reach out to countries like India and Russia and other countries at that time. So I would say that Chofu is a major threat. If you have a full economic, special economic zone there, and if you have one of the best natural harbors, natural deep water harbors in the Bay of Bengal, China will have every reason to securitize it. Similarly, it will have every reason to securitize its China-Myanmar economic corridor. But I just don't see adequate discussion and debate about China in our neighborhood. So I think India could be the alter ego to China, because India has the cards, the democratic and federal cards to be a potential diplomatic, alternative in terms of a search for solutions in Myanmar. The role that we seem to be reluctant to play, and we ourselves are quite confused about where we stand on this, because there is a part of our brain that tends to think that force will prevail, that the military will continue to rule, and that a centralized Myanmar in a country that cannot be centralized is in our interest. And I think we better come to grips with reality. Let me end with just a few minutes on the, the larger area around Myanmar. Today, if we look at the region that is starting from Assam, Bangladesh, the Arakan area, Rakhine area, and the Chin areas, and the border areas of Myanmar, what we see are multiple kinds of conflicts that are all intercutting into each other. In Bangladesh, I think Professor Day has talked about the rise of exclusive institutional Islamism that can be a threat, particularly joint with other potential partners like the ISI, Pakistan, maybe China as well. And in some cases, people also talk of the United States. Uh, uh, but in the Chittagong Hill Tracts, the Bom community has been virtually ethnically cleansed and moved out. You have, a kind of Islamist push, or rather majoritarian push into the Chittagong Hill Tracts that comes into clashes with the Chakmas, who are Buddhists. Further down in Cox's Bazar, you have literally a bitches brew of, both very large numbers of unemployed Rohingyas waiting to go back, but with no means of sustenance, and literally a breeding ground for radical extremism, again assisted by, um, uh, you know, elements that are keen to promote that sort of thing. We are seeing the impact of that on the Rohingyas. You have the unnatural marriage of the groups like the RSO and ARSA, which were initially against the military junta, now aligning with the military junta against the Arakan army. Both these groups are actually anti-Rohingya, but now they are some in some places fighting together, some places fighting against each other, against sponsored by external intelligence and other interests. Um, but again, I would say that the problem in Rakhine is largely a problem against the centralized rule of the military junta, not so much an ethnic or a communal issue. If you look further up in the Chin areas, you had the Chin Brotherhood Alliance, you had the Chinland Council. Luckily, they have joined hands together, but they are likely to come into conflict, the Arakan army over territory, as we see in their control of Paletwa, which is where we have our inland water jetty right now. And further up, we have, again, a constellation of forces, NSC, NIM, Shani National Army, valley-based insurgents, what the Burmese call Pew Sortie, which are militias aligned with the military junta, and the military junta itself still sitting in Tammu. But Tammu is very vulnerable and is going to challenge us in the near future. And then you also have the situation within Assam. Everywhere we are fomenting, we are in many ways playing with communal and religious sentiments and converting them into political issues. A lot of this is self-inflicted, and what we are really going to see is that this entire area around the northeast of India being misinterpreted and being I again call it a cauldron of all kinds of cross-cutting um, threats and conflicts which can easily go out of hand. And it's very difficult to understand how, in a situation like this, we take measures and we prescribe measures that are only going to fan and feed fuel to it. And one thing I would just like to conclude with is a remark on the lifting of MR and border fencing. China's influence in Myanmar is as a result of its influence over the ethnic communities and ethnic armed groups across the borders. Um, the fact that cross border tribal populations are cross border far precedes British colonial rule, far precedes even India's independence, of course, quite naturally. And it was for some reason that the FMR was introduced by the British and then continued by the Burmese government and by the Indian government. Actually, by trying to limit these relations under exaggerated threats of illegal migration or of other kinds of activity, we are cutting ourselves from that kind of influence. While China is using that influence, we are actually depriving ourselves of that influence. And in fact, you are creating conditions for migration, because so long migration is two ways, people will come and go. But once you make hard frontiers, people will make choices and you'll create problems. This illegal migration problem was not there before the Manipur problem started. This is a fabricated creation of the Manipur problem. And um, and we will be making a mistake, and by creating hard frontiers where there never were hard frontiers, we'll actually start triggering revanchist and revivalist movements, the sort that General Roy referred to with Zorro. Although I don't think Zorro is actually secessionist, it is pan-Mizo and wants to incorporate that. And again, that is a byproduct of what is happening in Manipur. So I think we should look very soberly at actions and reactions and not respond to reactions as though they are the primary phenomena, because it's the action reaction cycle that is fueling conflicts in our entire region. Thank you.
Put up the Asian map. While we have Admiral Dasgupta coming in, may I raise a question for Ambassador Mukherjee?
Please.
Ambassador Mukherjee, China, should it show overly its support to the junta, it does risk compromising its influence with the, rebel groups. And China has been following this dual policy throughout, junta as well as the rebel groups.
Correct.
What is likely to happen if it goes overly towards the junta?
Yes. So I think that's the crux of the question. China has been actually unusual in the respect in which it has come out openly on one side. By and large, China has played the double game extremely artfully, and it was doing this in Myanmar as well. Even at the time of the Northern Chan operations by the TNLA and the MNDAA, together with the Arakan Army in Rakhine, China was behind them as well in pushing, for what it was looking its own solutions on the, the illegal border, the scams centers at the border. But it has made, I think, a tactical or maybe strategic mistake by now openly siding with a junta that detests the junta, with a public that, it openly siding with the junta that are detested by the Myanmar public of all shades of Burman or ethnic. So, and is totally now identified with the junta. And as I said, nationalist sentiment in the heartland is going to be an even greater challenge than resistance on the part of the ethnic armed organizations.
Thank you,
So
sir.
I think it offers India an opportunity to be the alter ego. Just
Thank
to
you, sir.
complete that point.
Admiral Dasgupta, sorry for cutting into your time.
My apologies if I exceeded.
Am I audible? Can I start?
Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Please, yes.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Air Chief Marshal Raha, President Seners, General Mukherjee, General Roy, and participants this online seminar, members of Seners. Firstly, let me gratefully acknowledge the accommodation shown by General Roy in rescheduling my slot because there was a conflicting engagement for which I have to run, and therefore I will keep my remarks very short. Um, I had 20 minutes, but I'll try to keep it even shorter and leave the reading in between the lines to all of you because I think many of it is quite self-explanatory. I've heard with interest everything that everyone has said since morning. And I feel that at this point in time, India still stands as a beacon of stability in a chaotic neighborhood. This is in no mean measure, a result of the resoluteness and professionalism and dedication of our defense and security forces in managing the troubled neighborhood. Internal disturbances in Myanmar and Bangladesh, coupled with bilateral issues with China, have made our eastern borders restive. And China's overtures in Bhutan and Nepal also compromise our once strong bonds with these two countries. On the west, chaotic, debt-ridden, and corrupt Pakistan will always fall back on its army and to maintain order, which in turn will perpetuate authoritarian rule, which is a permanent problem that we have to deal with, despite looking at China all the time. In the maritime arena, the Maldives has recently concluded an intelligence agreement with China. This comes close on the heels of repatriating Indian military personnel from the islands. Sri Lanka too has several infrastructure technological arrangements with China that need to be carefully watched. It is therefore a very challenging period for India's foreign policy. Not just foreign policy, I think if India does not develop many elements of its own comprehensive national power, as has been discussed, we stand to lose the race to China in our own backyard. I would like to state here that an Amrit Kal is not possible without the exponential development of our national maritime power, which is not limited to building a formidable navy, but includes multiple efforts in its ambit. Further, in the military realm, I feel there is an urgent need to expedite the theater concept. I have heard General Mukherjee's views. Despite whatever reservations individual services may have, the stovepiping of the three services and a lack of a common understanding in joint warfighting will not serve us well in any future conflict. In all the conflicts that we have seen in the past, there have been serious problems with jointness and integration. The 1971 war is hailed as one of the biggest victories in modern military warfare. But as we all know, victory is a poor teacher, and we have chosen not to learn the lessons in jointness that we should have learned since the 1971 war. I think our strategies must consider cross domain effects and influences impacting our strategic objectives. I also feel that our reluctance or perhaps a lack of capacity to articulate a national security strategy does not help in the matter. Now, let me now come to a Chinese military vision. China's defense white paper in 2015 stated that China would develop a modern military force structure commensurate with its national security and development interests, safeguard security of strategic stocks and overseas interests. Very concrete articulation. President Xi Jinping, in his speech at the 20th National Party Congress in 2022, outlined four major thrust areas: strengthen safeguards for ensuring maritime security, strengthen capacity to ensure overseas security, safeguard China's maritime rights and interests, resolutely defend the country's sovereignty, security, and development interests, much of it which is in the maritime sector. Additionally, he alluded to building of a cohesive military capability. If figures are any indication, the Chinese Navy is already the largest in the world in terms of numbers, with 367 ships, including 3 aircraft carriers and 42 guided missile destroyers and frigates. This number is expected to rise to 425 by 2030. China has already launched an ambitious nuclear submarine construction program for serial production of its Shang-class SSNs. This is, of course, in addition to its SSBN program. It also has a few old Han-class nuclear-powered submarines in its inventory, and China is also aggressively developing requisite infrastructure to support its infrastructure plans. Very, very focused development and force development. Now, what could be the purpose of Chinese naval modernization? To my mind, it has three objectives. First, to bring force to bear on Taiwan and US-led forces in a crisis. Second, to enforce the ambitious maritime claims by sheer force. And third, to project power beyond these primary areas of interest, including into the Indian Ocean region. It is therefore a matter of time before a PLA Navy aircraft carrier task force ventures into the Indian Ocean region. This will be supported by their wide area ocean surveillance satellite network and elaborate intelligence gathering apparatus. There is also a definitive thrust on creating aerial dominance capability, as is evident in Chinese investments in their carrier program, including carrier borne AEW aircraft, long range airstrike capability, anti ship ballistic missiles, and drone carriers. So their focus is really on, getting into a world power status, and that they realize is not going to happen without maritime dominance. So, a few pointers. The PLA Navy has been in the Indian Ocean region since 2008, since the anti-piracy patrol started. At any point in time, they have 3 to 4 major warships, which becomes double when they do a change around of forces. So, at any point in time, we have eight. We could have about eight, nine large combatants in the Indian Ocean region. Um, if there is a surge of maritime forces from the east, these numbers will go up. Collusion with Pakistan, we have already discussed. It is a given that in any future conflict situation with India, there will be overt or covert collusion by Pakistan. That is a given. Uh, the Chinese have established a military logistics base at Djibouti, which is actually in the garb of logistically supporting its overseas deployments, including the anti-piracy task forces. But its dual-use capability cannot be wished away. It is a logistics base that can be used in conflict. Also, China has invested in serious dual-use infrastructure across the length and breadth of the Indian Ocean region. You start from Djibouti, or you come to Gwadar, or you come to Hambantota, you come to Chakfu, which we spoke about. You talk to Pekua in um, Bangladesh and Cox's Bazar. So, they've invested large sums of money. They have invested in strategic projects. So, Chinese leveraging this, obligation from smaller countries in times of conflict is something that requires to be seen. At any point in time, there are a large number of, I won't say large number, but a 4 to 5 satellite tracking ships, oceanographic research ships, hydrographic ships, training ships, tankers in the Indian Ocean region. Now, these I consider to be dual use. They can provide intelligence in addition to doing benign activity or research activity. And the good part for China really, the worrying part for us is that these small countries cannot afford the services of European and American, hydrographers or oil explorers or met research people. And China provides a cheaper alternative. They have the capability. If we want to step in, we have to develop our niche capabilities where we have not been able to focus correctly as of now. Now, military hardware sales to the neighborhood. China is the largest supplier of military hardware to the India's immediate neighborhood. Um, China's successful attempt at ousting Indian military personnel from Maldives has been followed by the bilateral intelligence agreement. China has clearly enticed Maldives with lucrative offers they find difficult to refuse in exchange for long term concessions. Apart from supplying every kind of naval platform to Pakistan, China has sold 2 of its old Ming class submarines to Bangladesh and developed its submarine base, BNS Sheikh Hasina, at Pekua in Cox's Bazar. Myanmar too has plans to acquire Chinese conventional submarines. Such military supplies will create long term dependencies that they can encash in the event of any conflict with India. We have also heard much about Chokfu in Myanmar from Ambassador Mukherjee. Now, China is the biggest perpetrator and beneficiary of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Uh, Most of the countries in the Indian Ocean region do not have the capability to surveil their EEZs other than India. So the smaller countries' EEZs are being plundered. Chinese fishing fleets are here in large numbers, and their utilization for gathering of intelligence or conducting gray zone warfare in times of conflict cannot be ruled out. I have spoken about oceanographic seabed research, seismic survey, satellite tracking. Now, these are niche areas of underwater research. Underwater domain awareness is becoming as much a requirement as is maritime domain awareness. And this is a niche area of technology where one has to invest today. And if we don't do it, we are going to lose the race to China. I think they are already well ahead. But realization is important that we have to go this way. Excuse me. Chinese oil and gas prospecting ships are present all over the IOR, especially in Bangladesh's waters, because, like I said, they can afford only China. They cannot afford American and European explorers. Well, we can try, but I don't think we can match China's prices. We can't match China's diplomatic and coercive heft with these smaller nations. Economic subjugation of small countries and island nations by China is well known. They undertake huge infrastructure projects like ports, airports, government buildings, roads, bridges, with material and workforce sourced from China. So these projects are undertaken by offering long-term loans, and subsequent, concessions are taken from these countries in the garb of restructuring these loans, and therefore, in economically they are figuratively in China's pocket. Uh, Now, gray zone warfare. Let me come to gray zone warfare. We have spoken about this. This is a relatively new term in contemporary warfare. Uh, they refer to actions by an entity that can be graded beyond normal competition, but below the threshold of conventional conflict. It could be state sponsored through non-state actors. Uh, the attributability remains blurred at the best of times. We know who may have done it, but we have no proof. So that is the game at which China is pretty good at. We have had several instances in the ocean spaces where China has resorted to great zone activity. We have to find our own brand of such activity, not necessarily in response, but independently of China's activities. So now, with all this happening, what can India do? I think force on force competition with China is out of the question. We are way behind and will never be able to catch up. We spoke about budget figures and all that. It's not going to happen. So we have to build credible deterrence in forces in quicker time, including SSNs in the maritime theater. India's slow progress in this regard is a strategic liability. We have to make sure that our areas are safe. Our areas, the outsiders are deterred. We don't have to venture out globally like the US. Secondly, I think we need to develop the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, as an offensive capability, which was intended in 2001 but did not happen. These islands must become the Hawaii of India. We have to place potent assets over there from all three services, special forces, whatever we can put over there, and make sure that the eastern ingress into the Indian Ocean is more or less impossible. Like I said, we need to develop technological capability in areas such as seabed prospecting, oceanographic research, hydrocarbon prospecting, so that we can offer a, a competitive alternative to IOR littorals. We need to develop better diplomatic relations with our IOR littorals, so we can sort of limit the operating space that China gets in any future conflict. Like I said, we have to develop our own concept of gray zone warfare, speak to China in its own language, so to say, and offer counters should there be gray zone activities by China in our waters. We have to maintain a very, very robust surveillance of oceanic spaces, and this means of these robust surveillance is more getting into uncrewed platforms. We need long range uncrewed platforms, ideally weaponized, so that deterrence begins to play. We have to become an alternate source of supply to smaller countries for military hardware, for maintenance, for training. We are trying our best, and I think it is well within the realms of possibility within the Indian Ocean region. We also need to redouble our efforts to build capacity of smaller neighbors for surveillance and of their EZ in anti-poaching platform and in platforms and in capability. This is exactly what we were doing for Maldives. We were helping them to carry out surveillance of their EZ because they did not have the platforms, they did not have the capability. Now it was not in the interest of China because they are the biggest beneficiary of plundering EZs of smaller countries, and therefore they have, with Moizu coming into power, they have sort of played their chess moves, and they have now got into an intelligence agreement for what? For looking after their, areas which they cannot surveil on their own. Look at the irony of the situation. I think we need to concentrate our maritime offensive and defensive effort in the Indian Ocean region and not dissipate resources by trying to expand India's reach further. We are not an expansionist country, and therefore we should cut our coat depending on the clock, and we should concentrate on our immediate neighborhood and make sure that is impregnable as far as the maritime theater is concerned, in concert with whatever is happening on land. In other words, we don't have to unnecessarily stretch our supply lines where we are going to be at a disadvantage. Finally, we also, much has been said about how reliable any ally or a friendly country is, whether it's USA or Russia or Japan. The point is that, these things change over time. And uh, whatever is the current strengths that our foreign policy has, whether it is in bilateral or multilateral relationships with other democracies or what, I think we need to, at this point in time, leverage it to the best of our advantages and make sure that we don't rely overly on any great friendship, as we mentioned at the beginning, that perhaps in any future conflict we have to go it on our own. And finally, I think the most enduring move that India can make is to attempt to resolve the remaining land border disputes with China. Very, very difficult, but I would say it is not in the realm of impossibility. This would reduce the risk of confrontation in any other space or any other domain as well. I think this is the biggest bugbear. This is because of which every other problem with China is taking place. And therefore, if we have a conciliatory thrust or a give and take thrust on the land border issue, if that can be resolved, uh, in a phased manner, I think that would be nice. So let me end by quickly saying that a conflict with China is undesirable for India as it would be for China. It is therefore in the interest of both countries that dialogue is the preferred mechanism for conflict resolution. Um, the unresolved land borders and tensions that mount after border transgressions are the major flashpoints in bilateral relations, and these could lead to conflict. China's support to Pakistan in respect of illegally occupied and ceded Indian territories and its use of such territory to further Belt and Road Initiative, while at the same time India expecting India to support its one China policy is an unfair expectation. India must not hesitate to revise its conventional stance on bilateral issues. Um, Geopolitics of the day indicates that Taiwan is the biggest flashpoint in the world, and that could lead to a major confrontation between US led forces and China. Neither side has shown any trace of letting up, but um, I think it's going to work to the disadvantage of both sides, and both sides will take decades to recover from its aftermath should it ever happen. It is therefore time for China to tone down its rhetoric in the South China Sea and display an earnestness in resolving land border issues with India. If China does not take steps to do this within a reasonable time frame, its future intent of entering into conflict with India will be clear. It is for this eventuality that India must be ready always and every time. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I had to rush because of the paucity of time. Thank you very much.
Admiral, I think that was a very correct picture that you gave us. And in other words, you really literally and virtually made us smell the coffee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Air Chief Marshal Rahasa. With your permission, may I take leave, sir?
Coffee break. Please be back in the next 10 minutes. I'll request General Mukherjee again to take the stage. Now he will be dealing with other issues than China. Thank you. Mike, you want to take the mic?
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll carry on now with the internal security threat, not only to the northeast, but also to eastern India. I'll start with Assam. Now we've got ourselves in a situation, as brought out to a certain extent by the ambassador and General Roy. We've gone very fundamentalistic in our approach to religion. As a result, Assam has already started facing and will continue to face much greater Islamic fundamentalism. You are talking about the Muslim population in the northeast and Bengal and Orissa and Bihar, extending up to as high as 35%. How can you antagonize such a large percentage of your population? You're doing it. And therefore, more and more groups are turning to insurgency. That is something that has to be dealt with very seriously, quickly. Otherwise, our rears are going to be in flames if you have to deal with China, because China will activate that. The second is, as far as Assam is concerned, re-energization of the Alpha in terms of support by the ISI, by Bangladeshi intelligence and the Chinese intelligence. Paresh Barua is very much in Yunnan, in China, being supported by the Chinese, and the anti-talk group of Alpha The nucleus is still there, and you will find that builds up further as the situation in Bangladesh deteriorates. In the whole of South Assam, you will find reactivation of Islamic fundamentalism through the Arakan Rohingya army, because they have migrated in large numbers into South Assam, Karimganj and surroundings, which have a Muslim majority. And therefore, this will also affect all activities related to Tripura, which is next door. The last problem that will be related to Assam is the issue of National Register of Citizens and the Citizenship Amendment Act. The Ahom population want the non-Ahom to be given Indian citizenship. The Bengali population that migrated from Bangladesh is not only Muslim, but also Hindu. They do not want the Bengali Hindus of Assam to be given citizenship. And there are major stirrings on this issue in Assam. The National Register of Citizens will only aggravate Islamic fundamentalism that already exists much more. Next, we come on to Manipur. I am afraid I am very anti-central government as regards their dealings with Manipur. I am from a northeastern regiment. I come from a regiment where there were less than 450 different groups. We all live together without a fight. We live together as friends. We are prepared to give our blood for each other. If we can live together, why the hell can our politicians not ensure the same in Manipur? Everything is politically instigated. The government, even the steps the central government has taken for the moment of imposing president's rule should have been done 2 years ago, as we recommended here in Senaske. We recommended very strongly. They threatened to put me in jail. The Chief Minister of Manipur and his cronies. The fact remains is, arms surrender, what has been surrendered? 50% of the weapons surrendered are locally made weapons. They are not the weapons that were looted from police armories. Police armories, no less than 6,500 weapons were looted. How much is returned? Just about 1,000, of which 50% are locally made. The so-called amount being returned by the Mete groups, which has come in the media, is just 256 weapons, of which 50% is local. Whereas it is the Mete groups under the Chief Minister of Manipur who got a maximum of these 6,000 looted. The so-called opium war is a struggle between ethnic groups to try and control the poppy cultivation areas and opium smuggling. There is no impartial acting. All active actions that have been taken, as brought out by Ambassador Mukherjee, are very true. It is totally Mete-centric, pro-Mete-centric. You do that, you're asking for extreme insurgency from the Zo, Kuki, other groups, allied groups. You are also going to turn the Nagas against you. The steps the central government has so far taken is eyewash, just not tolerable. Unless they start dealing with Manipur on an even keel, they will not solve the Manipur problem. There has been no mass migration from Myanmar. The ambassador has said the correct thing. There's no mass migration. The fencing that they're planning to put up will add to the problem. It will not reduce the problem. As far as Nagaland is concerned, if they don't come up with a solution fast, the Nagas are getting very uneasy. Now the Nagas have got divided into 3 groups. One is Eastern Nagaland, Western Nagaland, and the third being the Manipuri group of Nagas. NSC and IM is from the Manipuri group of Nagas primarily. And they are vying for control over the whole of Nagaland and merging the Naga areas of Manipur into that. So I am afraid unless the central government comes up with solutions, instead of just following policies of divide and rule, which they are following now amongst the Nagas, which is why the split has taken place, you're going to have insurgency cropping up again in Nagaland. Now all this is happening on our doorstep. I'll switch back to Manipur for 1 second. The Chin National Army will definitely assist the Zo community on this side of the border. Fencing or no fencing. The so-called Kaladan Highway will not take off because the Chinese will not allow the Arakan National Army to side with India. For the simple reason their interests go through that area. So Kalagan is not going to take off. Similarly, the Asian highway, which is through More and Tamu, will again not take off easily. Not unless India changes its foreign policy and starts dealing much more with the ethnic groups. Then I come on to Tripura. As I said, Islamic fundamentalism is going to spread from Karimganj further south, and primarily through the Rohingyas. So Eastern Command is going to be very, very busy. In addition to that, the tribal groups are not happy with the current political leadership they have. They're absolutely furious with them. So you've got an agitation going up amongst the tribals to take to arms again. Please believe me what I'm saying. 3 years ago, I went to Manipur to give a lecture there on the northeast on invitation of the Assam Rifles. Most people disbelieved what I said about the future. Unfortunately, whatever I said has come true. I know, I'm married into the region. I have lived with these people for the last 60 years, 70 years almost. So please believe me when I talk about internal security in the northeast. Then I come on to Arunachal. The Chinese are instigating a group to be formed which will activate against dams in the lower Siang region. They are also activating groups to operate in Lohit region behind Walong and surroundings. So hopefully that will be kept under control. But other than that, the NSCNIM and the NSCNK are still very active in Terapanchayat for control of that area. And I'll come on to Mizoram. My wife is from Mizoram, so I know what I'm talking about in Mizoram. Plus, I have a lot of good friends there. And I go there, spend 3 months every year there. Mizoram is very agitated about what is happening and the Zo community being blamed for the problems in Manipur. So a lot of the youth have already gone to join the Zo community in Manipur to pick up arms. More will go. And if Delhi does not change its ways, then you may well have a flare-up coming up in Mizoram, particularly the southern parts and the parts bordering Manipur. That's the Mar belt. Then I come on to Meghalaya. Quiet at the moment, though the Khasis and Garus are always at Tiger's Draw. Besides the fact that they don't tolerate any of the other tribals in their area. So it's mainly anti-immigration and at the moment anti-Bangladesh. Overall, the political situation in the northeast is something that needs watching. As I told you, the entire Manipur problem is political instigation. As far as I'm concerned, Chief Minister of Manipur should have been put behind bars long ago and the keys thrown away. Citizenship Amendment Act will affect Mizoram, it will affect Arunachal, Mizoram as far as the Brus and the Chakmas are concerned, Arunachal as far as the Chakmas are concerned and the Tibetan refugees are concerned. Then Nepal may well have a revival of the Maoist insurgency at Chinese instigation. West Bengal and Bihar will probably see Islamic fundamentalism taking more and more root. And the last part I've got, Eastern India is the neglected part of India, economically. Now where economy is neglected, you invariably find dissatisfaction and strife politically. So unless we can resolve that, I am afraid things don't look bleak. I may be painting a picture which looks dismal, but I assure you I am feeling very bad over seeing what is happening in Bangladesh, which is going to influence the whole region. The ISI is already active there, so our insurgent groups will go back into Bangladesh. They will get support from them. They will get support from the ISI. They will get support from intelligence and reactivate the whole of the northeast. Northern Myanmar is literally going under Chinese control. As I said, the PLA have already reached an agreement to bring their forces in to look after their own assets. So please be assured that your insurgent groups will go into northern Myanmar. And if there is a threat, the Chinese will come up your back door through Tirap and Changlang also. That's all I've got to say. I'm sorry for painting such a dismal picture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will speak on this northeastern region a little later. However, before that, sir, I will request the ACM Arup Raha to take on the air aspects.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a very bad throat, so I may not be able to speak for long. You see, I'm going to speak on air and space, aerospace power aspects in terms of capabilities in the context that has already been painted by the previous speakers. On India's security challenges in the east and the northeastern region, and the strategy to contain them or mitigate these concerns. We know that Pakistan and China have the capabilities, capacities, and perhaps the intention to resort to use of military power, including aerospace power against India, be it you know, short border war or a skirmish or a protracted, a long war. Our small neighbors, I feel that there is no armed conflict envisaged in respect of Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, including Bangladesh. You know, despite the provocations that might be there from time to time, I think these are very small issues to be resolved by a big country like India. So, especially in the use of air power in the offensive role is going to be very, very negligible, I would say. But diplomatic overtures, initiatives, incentives, as well as strategic constraint or restraint against, harsh actions against these neighbors will produce much better results and dividends than taking any, coercive action against them. They have so much to gain from India in terms of trade, commerce, jobs, economic development, and therefore, they will perhaps remain aligned with us most of the time, and they have much more to gain from India than China, with which it has no civilizational or cultural links to my mind. However, their sovereign airspace, land, and maritime space would perhaps be infringed by the Chinese forces in case of a full-scale war with India. Is almost certain, especially in the Siliguri corridor, which is going to be a big, weak point for us in terms of, collusive action by China as well as Bangladesh and others. So we have to be ready to, with a lot of contingency planning, to cater for the worst case scenario wherein there could be collusive action against us. Pakistan, Bangladesh, as well as Myanmar traditionally has been armed by the Chinese right from the beginning, and now they are poised to receive very powerful high-tech weapon systems like the FGFA, fifth generation fighter aircraft, the J-20, which they are producing in very large numbers. So you'll find them in the PAF, even Bangladesh Air Force very soon. They'll also provide them with drones in the offensive role. In any case, they have been providing with warships as well as submarines, tanks, and artillery pieces, etc. So these are aimed at propping up proxies and keep the Indian armed forces busy in preparing contingency plans and practice it, and taking away the attention of ours from the main threat, that is China. So therefore we have to perhaps cater for 2.5 fronts, that is China, Pakistan, as well as Bangladesh to a certain extent. In addition, we have to look after our northeastern region, where insurgency and ethnic conflicts are causing a huge strain on our security forces and a big concern. And of course, terrorist organizations being sponsored by states from across the border will remain a big threat to us. Potent air and space capability, that is aerospace power, will definitely be necessary to deter our adversary, and if a conflict is forced onto us, then to be able to terminate the conflict in a favorable situation for India. So we require very good capability in aerospace domain. There are the various factors which needs to be understood and analyzed to check out how we stand as far as aerospace power is concerned. In this case, I'll compare ourselves with China, our main adversary, and there are many factors which are general in nature, and there are some specifics related to aerospace power which I'll come to later. First of all, China's national aspiration, we all know they want to topple the US as the supreme power or the superpower, and they are well on their way to achieve that. India is considered a regional power. We also want to play that role and make sure that at least Asia is multipolar, if not the entire world is multipolar. In terms of economic strength, we started at par in 1980s, and in about 4 decades of time, China has galloped away, taking advantage of various platforms to be the leading economy in the world. It has actually beaten the US also as an economic power. It has got a size of the economy is so large that is four times more than India's, and comprehensive national power is very high. We are lagging behind very far, and I don't think we can really catch up with them in near terms. But India is fast catching up, to my mind, with enterprising people, skill levels of our own people, as also the entrepreneurship and private sector participation. Our economy is actually already has gathered critical mass, and very soon it will be able to launch off to transform itself and be the third largest economy in the world in about 10 years' time. One of the important measure of one's defense capabilities is the defense budget. It was mentioned that their defense budget, China's defense budget, is 7 times larger than India's. Actually, as far as my information goes, they spend about 700 billion US dollars in 2023-24, as against just about 75 odd billion US dollars by India. So that is the difference. So the armed forces have to go for the most critical technologies and weapon systems which will provide the maximum deterrence value. In terms of critical technology, of course, China has made great strides in sort of closing the gap with the US, number one in high technology content in all spheres, especially in the military industrial complexes, weapon systems, and weapon platforms. This they have done by various methods. One is through reverse engineering, as also by siphoning off critical technologies from the Western sources. But we must give credit to the Chinese that they have been able to reverse engineer almost everything. Because they have the monies, they have not only spent on infrastructure, as also creating infrastructure across the globe for their strategic presence and being considered as a superpower. But they have spent that money in the defense sector as well, wherein they have increased the length, breadth, and depth of their MIC, military industrial complex, which and they are spending a lot of monies in various projects, weapon projects. So they have the capability now to surpass, in numbers at least, the US and many other powerful countries. So as far as the military aviation and civil aviation sector is concerned, they have running parallelly large number of projects for weapon platforms with the monies that is available and the MICs that they've expanded very rapidly. To tell you that they have fighter programs like the F-10, F-11, which are duplicates of Sukhoi 27 and Sukhoi 30 from the Soviet stable. They have mass-produced heavy bombers like H-6, which is an exact replica of Tu-16 of the Soviet stable, and now they are manufacturing FGFA, J-20, J-35, as well as the latest 6th generation fighter aircraft they have flown. 6th generation fighter aircraft actually fuses a lot of advanced technologies into this aircraft, which permits them single-handedly to make use of the best of the technologies with tremendous awareness to help lead a huge fleet of UAVs, UCAVs, other fighter aircraft, manned or unmanned, just by single sixth generation aircraft, to lead them into battle and in a limited airspace attack large number of target systems. So that is the kind of capability they are developing now, and which will fructify in another 5 to 10 years time. But we are very far behind. And in terms of other equipment, they have H-20, which is the supersonic bomber aircraft, stealth bomber, which is a replica of the American, supersonic bomber, stealth bomber. So they have got a lot of things going. Large number of radars, missiles, anti-ballistic missiles or BMD, ballistic missile defense they have created. They have got all sorts of air-to-air missiles with good ranges. They have produced on mass scale helicopters of all types, including attack helicopters, transport aircraft, as also force multipliers like flight refueling aircraft and AEWC, that is Airborne Early Warning and Control Aircraft, AWACS, and a host of other things. We are lagging behind quite a bit in terms of numbers, if not in technology, in certain areas. They are the leaders in artificial intelligence application as well as cyberspace activities and robotics. So with all these things, they are no match for India, and in fact, they are catching up with the Americans very fast. Engines, which is the most critical component of aviation technology. No country can be great and big without having indigenous engine manufacturing capability. They have mass-produced engines of all types to power their, fighter aircraft, transport aircraft, helicopters, and many others. This is all by reverse engineering of Soviet equipment, Soviet fighter engines and other engines. But the credit must be given to them. They have the capacity and capability to reverse engineer. Our DRDO labs and the DPSUs have not succeeded. They are great in license manufacturing, but nothing original comes out of these institutions. LCA project has taken more than 35 years to fructify. 10 years back, the Tejas aircraft was approved by the MOD and the IAF for mass production. In last decade, that is 10 years, HAL has not been able to produce even 40 aircraft. So that is the kind of production rate when we have deficiency of already 12 squadrons of fighters. From 42 it has come down to about 30 odd, and another 10 years time it will reduce to about 25. So we will reach a situation where the deterrence will break down because we don't have the edge in combat aircraft. So we will be at par with Pakistan, and once the deterrence break down, I can assure you that a conflict is assured. Mark II and the AMCA, advanced combat aircraft of the Indian stable, was on paper, drawing boards for 10 to 12 years. Now I believe it has reached a metal cutting stage, and it is being claimed by DRDO and the HAL, the Defense Production Unit, that LCA Mark II will fly and will be operationalized in the Indian Air Force in 5 years' time, and the FGFM AMCA will be inducted and operationalized in another 10 years' time. So actually it's very difficult to believe, going by the past records of their every project, the time overrun and cost overruns are unbelievable. So I don't think we can do it unless the government takes a lot of initiative to monitor them, enthuse them, and get the projects successful. At the same time, we do not have the engine technologies. The Kaveri engine, which is supposed to have been manufactured by GTRE, that is Gas Turbine Research Establishment, or a laboratory of the DRDO, has not been able to produce the Kaveri engine, which is supposed to have come in by about 2005, so that our LCAs could be would have these engines indigenously built. Since they did not succeed, we have been buying large number of engines from the Americans, the most unreliable partner in defense technology. So we have bought a lot of engines, GE's F404 for the LCA Mark 1 and 1A. And now we are stuck because they have reduced the supply of these engines. And now we have also gone ahead and are trying to sign a contract for getting F414, a much more powerful engine for the LCA Mark II, as well as the AMCA, that is the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft. But you will get only transfer of technology for 80% of the technology. The most crucial technology in engine are the hot parts. It is the compressor blade which has to withstand very high pressures. The turbine blades and the combustion chamber has to withstand very high temperatures and pressures. And we do not have the metallurgy to produce such single blade crystals for these parts of the hot parts of the engine. So unless we go headlong into it and make sure that our young generation of scientists, etc., are involved, we will remain a buyer from the world market as far as engine is concerned, and will never become a powerful nation. But there is some silver lining. We have developed certain technologies, like the fly-by-wire control system, digital control system. We got the ISR radar, active electronically scanned array radar, very powerful airborne radar with matching missiles like the Astra, beyond visual range, beyond 100 kilometers, and of course the BrahMos supersonic missile, which is being used by the Army, Navy, and also the Air Forces, Sukhoi 30s. It has already been integrated. Its launch range, standoff range will be more than 400 kilometers, very accurate and supersonic missile. So we have achieved certain standards. We have also produced, composite materials for aerostructures which are very strong and also very lightweight. So these are the good things that our laboratories have produced, and we are at a stage from where we can really take off and make sure that the new technologically advanced fighter aircraft like LCA Mark II and AMCA could be produced in the shortest time that we have laid down, about 8 to 10 years' time. Then in terms of airlift, we have heavy lift capability with the American and Russian aircraft, the C-17, C-130 from America, and IL-76 AN-32s from the Russians. And we are now licensed manufacturing C-295 Airbus, about 10-ton capability to replace the old Avros and others. It will also replace the AN-32 in another 10 years' time. But we need to have our own licensed production, will not do. This capability of airlift has been accentuated with the help of the heavy lift helicopter, the Chinooks from the Americans, a very large number, more than about 150 odd helicopters, medium lift helicopters, Mi-17s from the Soviet and the Russian stable. And we got the ALH, Advanced Light Helicopters, being indigenously produced by HAL, but it is giving a lot of problems. I hope we can get over those. And obviously, the airlift capability is very great. It is doing an excellent job in air maintenance of our army all across the mountains in the Himalayan front. And in fact, it will play a very important role in any engagement with the PLA and the PLAF in this region. Inter-valley troop transfer is a very important aspect wherein we can enforce economy of effort and concentration of force, two important principles of war, by using these helicopters for inter-valley troop transfer to win any kind of engagement in the border areas. So we have a lot of good things happening, and the HADR is being supported by this airlift capability all across the world, especially in our in Asia. India is known as the #1 HADR nation in HADR operations. So that is another an attractive thing for all our neighbors. As far as air defense systems are concerned, we are quite powerful. We have all types of weapons. Of course, the larger ranges missiles we have purchased from the Russians, but I'm sure very soon we'll be able to manufacture similar ones on our own. We have got large quantities and numbers of radars, missiles, etc., surface to air, and all indigenously built, and it's got a good market outside as well, and we are doing quite well. And in terms of integrated fighting capability, network-centric warfare capability, Indian armed forces are doing well. All the sensors, radars, including the civilian radars, have been integrated into a system wherein it is providing us cover, air defense cover, the entire subcontinental airspace, not at low level, complete low level, but medium level, high level, definitely, including our neighboring states' airspace as also the island territories' airspace. So that's a huge capability to my mind, and I'm sure we'll go ahead further in this matter. We have got a chink in our air defense system. We have not yet developed a full-scale, anti-drone system or tackling mass attack by rockets and missiles, both guided and unguided, like the ones which the Israelis have, the Iron Dome, or the direct, energy weapon system. This is one area I think our DRDO is working on, and within a year's time, I think we'll succeed in getting these weapon systems to add this additional network of air defense. In terms of BMD, this ballistic missile defense, I think our scientists are doing quite well. They've already completed the trials for the first phase. The second phase is progressing very well with missiles 5 to 10 Mach and intercepting ballistic missiles with interceptor missiles in the upper atmosphere and stratosphere is very much possible, and these systems will be operationalized soon. We also have the HGV tested out, hypersonic glide vehicles with 10 Mach velocity using the upper atmospheric spaces, etc., for ranges beyond 2,000 kilometers, and these can be even nuclear tipped. So we'll have the 4-dimension or vector of our nuclear capability: land, air, sea, as well as space. In space, we are doing quite well. We are one of the leaders in space exploration. We have launched a lot of satellites. A constellation of satellites is helping us to operationalize the NAVIC system, which is the GPS equivalent, but its range is limited in our area only. We need to increase the capacity of our space-based systems by launching more satellites in various orbits, so that we can have 24/7 observation, detection, and intelligence over the TBA, or area of interest, that is the entire Himalayan region as well as the oceans. So what we require actually is C4I, SR, and TN. It's an acronym for Command, Control, Communications, Computers, means data handling, as also intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, targeting and navigation, TN. So these functions can be upgraded with the use of greater number of space-based assets, satellites, and that is what we are aiming for. Some of the other government and the other agencies had not been focused in this area, but very soon we'll require it so that we can actually fight our own wars. War fighting is very important. Besides the weapons and equipment that I talked about and capabilities, there are certain aspects which are very important in terms of human resources, etc. So let me come to that. So war fighting capability of any air force or aerospace force or any armed forces is the sum total of the equipment, war fighting machinery that you have and the weapon platforms. Their numbers important, but more important is the state of the art. Technologies, how effective are they? Do they have a lot of unserviceabilities? Do they have adequate availability? High-tech systems may not really mean much unless you have very good availability and serviceability. And their application in the war zone, most of this high-tech equipment that we talked about may not be very effective in the mountainous region, in the Himalayas. So that is a huge constraint, and therefore we need to look at that. As far as infrastructure is concerned, Chinese have built a lot of infrastructure in terms of roads and railways and last mile connectivity right up to the border. But if you go by the Air Force requirement, there are very few air bases in the TAR, just about 7 bases. Very frugal in terms of the infrastructure to protect their aircraft and air assets there. And they pay very heavy penalty in terms of the altitude. 10 to 12,000 feet is the average altitude of these bases in TAR, Tibet Autonomous Region. So they pay heavy penalty in terms of aircraft performance, wear and tear, amount of load they can carry, which is not even half that are an IAF aircraft, all operating from the foothills, I would say, plains in our northern region. Large number of airfield, more than 20, with tremendous amount of assets, tremendous amount of infrastructure. And if you can launch 200 aircraft in an hour's time against target systems across the Himalayas, the Chinese would require at least 400 aircraft to match us. So that is the kind of advantage we have. So we are not very badly off in terms of war fighting. Secondly, leadership, training, morale, exposure, experience are very important factors. If you ask me, the Chinese Air Force does not have much experience after 1979. They got a bloody nose while fighting the Vietnamese. They have not fought. They have made rapid progress in the economics. Their living standards have gone high. Single child policy. They don't have anybody ready to join the armed forces. So morale is down because the political authorities control everything. They are breathing down the neck of all the commanders, right from the army commander to the lowest ranked officer. So they don't have any initiative. They have lost the initiative. They are driven by command, like the command economy similarly. So lower level initiatives are zero. And in terms of, so the morale is low. Exposure, they don't train with any other air force in the world except in the PAF. So they don't know what their capabilities are. They're very scared of exposing their weaknesses, and including the claims that they make in terms of 5th generation, 6th generation and other aircraft. They have not been tested out. If they fly against other capable air forces, they'll know what the weaknesses are. But Indian Air Force is very well off in this matter. We fly with almost 20 air forces in the world, bilateral, multilateral, and large-scale exercises. Everywhere, Indian Air Force has been recognized as a very professional force. I'm not boasting, it's the truth. Of course, we cannot close the gap in terms of numbers, but in terms of technology, we have to go in for selective technologies so that we are not lagging behind too much, and we can maybe win wherever it's required in case of a conflict. Before I conclude, I'd just like to give you some recommendations as an action plan for the country. Expedite fighter projects like the AMCA, LCA Mark II, etc. And along with it, the engine is very, very important. The jet engine must be produced by ourselves within next 5 years' time. We have to enhance the numbers of force multipliers like flight refueling aircraft, AWACS, AWC, etc. We have very few. We must make it at least 3 to 4 times more in numbers. We must add one more tier of air defense in terms of equipment like Iron Dome or the DEW, direct energy weapon systems, to have a comprehensive air defense system, especially against the latest warfare with drones. We must have more satellites launched in various orbital patterns so that C4ISRTN requirements of the armed forces are looked after adequately. We must operationalize the BMD quickly as well as the HGV very quickly. We need to strengthen Andaman Nicobar chain of islands with tremendous military presence there in terms of an aircraft carrier, large number of submarines and capable warships, as also P-8I kind of maritime reconnaissance aircraft with offensive capability to make our presence felt, and of course a large number of land-based fighter aircraft so that we can dominate the Indian Ocean region, as also dominate the choke points in the Southeast Asia, that is, Malacca, Sunda, and Lombok Straits, where Chinese will find it very difficult to contain us. We have to deepen our MICs, military industrial complex, greater depth and breadth, so that we can ramp up production of weapon platforms when required, especially if there is a protracted conflict. And lastly, we need to draw up plans, integrated plans to protect or nullify the threat on the Siliguri corridor. This plan has to be based on the three services inputs, an integrated plan, and I can tell you the army will not be able to win this war in the Himalayas without the help of the Air Force. That is one thing we must remember. If we can integrate ourselves well, it will be good. And a full-scale war, I think maritime power will also play a very important role. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now it is my turn. Thank you very much, sir. I'll speak a little, couple of sentences on northeastern region, which has been extensively covered by General Mukherjee. You see, the control of the Kale and Koba valleys in Myanmar by the Zomi rebels has effectively cut off our connectivity to Southeast Asia, and hence our Act East policy. So we need to do something about it to have the connectivity restored. The Golden Triangle's narcotics trade is one of the major funding sources in fueling this rebel activity, and that is why the Manipur instability is carrying on and on and on. So what do we need? This is from the Army's point of view. In priority, first is fostering ethnic harmony. Second, decisive action to curtail any foreign influence, whether be it Chinese or US or anybody else. And finally, neutralizing the insurgent elements. This is the way forward. I had already said it earlier. Now, can I have the Myanmar map, please? The junta is fully engaged in fighting the PDFS, that is the People's Defense Forces of the National Unity Government, and the ethnic fighters like the Arakan Army, the Kachin Independent Army, the Karen National Army. But as Ambassador Mukherjee brought out, it is losing its grip on most of Myanmar. It just clearly demonstrates the Chinese backing to both of them clearly demonstrates that regardless who prevails in power in Myanmar, China will always have an effective role there. India's various grants to some projects like Kaladan, the Chen development, the Thailand-Myanmar trilateral way, and capacity building assistance has not actually affected to very much. Hence, the real battle is for international legitimacy between the junta and the National Unity Government bid for global recognition. Myanmar thus becomes a proxy battleground for both regional and global powers. Ambassador Mukherjee spoke about hard borders creating problems. On 8th of February 2024, the free movement regime was ordered to be scrapped. it has not been removed as yet. What has happened is it has been strengthened. Instead of 10 kilometers now, instead of 16 kilometers, one can move up to 10 kilometers. And issue of photo identity cards, QR codes, etc., at the various checkposts. Only on 1st March, the Honorable Home Minister had said that there should be fencing on both sides of the borders. Now that is also part of hardening of borders. Building a border fence along the international boundary, it demands a favorable geographical situation at that spot, which is not there. Also, a favorable opinion of the local population and support as well as adequate funds. None of them are forthcoming so easily. Nagaland and Mizoram governments have openly declared their antipathy to the borders fencing. To my mind, border fencing is a retrograde step. What happens is, having seen many of these in various places, the troops behind the border fence land up guarding the border fence instead of the border. Local tribes, General Mukherjee had touched upon it, are sentimentally attached to the land. And we have local tribes living on either side of the border. Even if India and Myanmar adjust and reach a mutual situation, I don't foresee the local tribes giving in easily. They are emotionally attached to the land, and the tribal leaders who have been controlling these lands over many years as well as forests, they are not likely to give up easily. So that's a problem which has to be handled. I want to reinforce a point which was obliquely touched by Ambassador Mukherjee about the central government Delhi controlling everything on the Myanmar border. In the past, we have noticed that local parleys at the local levels have borne much better results than if it is coming from the two governments in the centers, because they understand each other's view, they understand the difficulties as well as the prognosis. Now the Myanmar army has approximately 13 light divisions and approximately 12 formations of command operation divisions, a total strength of about 150,000 troops, a small navy and even a smaller air force. I don't see this force being available to Myanmar for any sort of border guarding the way they are employed in fighting their own rebels. It also shows that China may take advantage of this situation, but on ground I don't feel that Myanmar is going to permit China to use its territory for an offensive against India. So what does it point to? Points to that wisdom lies in us or our Indian army trying to enable the Myanmar army in handling its own job. It may even extend, along with mutual contact with the Myanmar army, to provide non-lethal weapons to the insurgent groups and help them with vehicles and communication so that they can do better border management. I can foresee that if the Myanmar army is enabled by us in some manner, it will deliver. Especially, I put the condition if it is done at local level. Delhi needs to stay away from these local parties. For us, we need to, and this was touched by Ambassador Mukherjee, we need to look at the area between Chinwin River and the border. This is the grey zone, grey territory where all the narcotics and arms smuggling comes through. Even jihadi terrorists are making inroads into India from Myanmar through the Rakhine state. The arms smuggling, I think in the last 4 years I saw a figure somewhere 180 weapons, which formed only 37% of the illegal weapons being trafficked into India, leave alone the narcotics. And Indo-Myanmar border is supposedly the second largest narcotic trafficking border other than Nepal and India. How much, and this is going against Ambassador Mukherjee's talk, how much China has time for the junta, I have a little chari, because China called in the General Huang for a meeting in Kunming and not Beijing. And this was the first visit after the coup in 2020. It was also a multilateral meeting on the issues of Mekong River Commission. So China backing junta, and that is why I had raised this question with him, completely against its own parleys with the local rebel groups, is yet to be seen. India too must reach out to the rebel groups in some manner or the other. This is my personal feeling. Now coming to Bangladesh, can I have the map of Bangladesh, please? Analysis of recent history would give out a complex picture of victimization of local Bangladeshi populations, leading to ideological radicalization and political opportunism. The issue of terrorism in Bangladesh intertwines with, of course, the Western narratives. Post September 11, 2001, the United States promoted a global counter-terrorism agenda that emphasized on the militarization of the law enforcement agencies. Unfortunately, it continued for a long time in Bangladesh, suppressing the ideological pinings of the locals, where they felt that their faith and their community is being victimized. And that is perhaps what led more to the student uprising than anything else. The issue of quota of Mukti Bahini, etc. was just a cover. Now, on the role of United States in this region, on an assumption that increased radicalization in Bangladesh will fuel extremism in India's northeast, West Bengal, as well as Myanmar's Rakhine state, US appears to be pursuing a strategy that involves establishing controlled regimes in both Myanmar and Bangladesh to further its own interests, essentially as a countermeasure to China, as also to ensure that India doesn't grow too fast globally. Clipping of China's larger interests is one of the aims of China. And the key component of this strategy appears to foster a pocket of a outside community influence in the parts of Myanmar as well as our northeastern region. Pakistan cannot be left out of any of the discussion now that Bangladesh has put its lot with them. Radicalized Bangladesh has aligned itself more closely with Pakistan and Turkey, thereby challenging our influence in the region. Pak ISI is reportedly colluding with JMB in Rangpur, close to the Siliguri corridor. The unchecked conflict in Myanmar is already spilling over to India's border states, impacting our northeastern region. So what General Mukherjee says, that we are being hemmed in from all sides and we need to take some kind of action which has will. Military intervention in response to Bangladesh may not be called for. It has an area of 10 area commands concomitant to the 10 district regions, a division-sized force in each with appropriate support. Its forces are deployed in 9 countries of the world as peacekeeping forces and is quite well trained. So it would be a problem to handle them in a military manner, open military manner. So what should we aim at? And this is what Professor Amit Dey had brought out. We should steer Dhaka back to secular roots while safeguarding our own security interests. While China plays both sides in Myanmar and Bangladesh, we must ensure that we don't lose balance or by hesitating to act. If action is required, we need to act and need to act fast. We must not hesitate. Coming to Nepal, Nepal merits a discussion because China is making serious inroads into China, their political, social and military environment. Mr. Oli has signed the BRI agreement during his recent visit to China. It effectively opens the back door to India. 7 decades of friendship with India is virtually on the anvil. The Lipu Lake controversy, initiated by same Mr. Oli in his parliament, has put an incontrovertible issue which has been adopted. We need to resolve that as fast as possible. Also, the original homogeneous Nepalese society has been divided into various segments. The plains area being dominated by the Muslim and the Madhesi community from India. Pakistan too has made deep inroads into Nepal. And I'm sure you would have read the latest news about Nepal being put on the grey list of the FATF. Militarily, Nepal has a total of approximately 1 lakh forces, 9 divisions, 1 each for the 7 provinces, 1 for Kathmandu Valley and 1 in reserve. The reserve consists of Special Forces Brigade and Army Air Brigade and Signal Engineer Air Defense Brigade, etc. It also looks after the VVIP security. Chinese PLA is reportedly involved in training some elements of the Nepalese army. China may be able to coerce Nepal into letting its territory be used for a possible thrust, as has been brought out by General Mukherjee, through the Shigatse, Viratnagar, Kakarbitta, Siliguri area, or even providing intelligence support. So in view of all this and all what we have talked about today, military plans, if any exists, need to be updated by India. India also needs to strengthen its border vigilance and management to disallow arms, narcotics and human trafficking. Coming down to Bhutan, a peaceful buffer monarchy with a simple non-violent society, mostly of Buddhist denomination. Southern Bhutan is mainly populated by Gorkha origin people of Nepal and India. Central Bhutan, along the line Samdrup, Zongkhar, Punakha, Thimphu, Paro, Hazang, is populated by the Bhutanese. Northern Bhutan, you can see from the map, is mostly icebound and extremely cold. It's sparsely populated by only migrating graziers from Bhutan and Tibetan only during the summer. It has many border issues with China, which it is trying to resolve on a one-to-one basis in various negotiations. Whereas Bhutan is not part of the BRI, China has built roads right to the main border checkpoints with Bhutan. We have discussed Bhutan over here due to its vulnerability of being used as a launch pad by the Chinese into the Siliguri corridor and beyond. There are 3 major routes available to the Chinese through Bhutan: the Dokalam, Jampheri, Jhaldaka, Dokezong, Paro, Jaigaon, and Tashigong, Samdrup, Zongkhar into Rangi, Assam. With a total strength of 20,000 and 3 wings, each to support 1 each for the southern Bhutan, the central Bhutan, and the eastern Bhutan, the RB and RBG, RBP, Royal Bhutanese Police, are in no way match to hold on to this Chinese thrust if it comes in. We cannot expect them to counter it. India has an old defense treaty pact with Bhutan, which mainly refers to deployment only on invitation by Bhutan. Dokulam actually proved that this treaty needs to be updated if it is to be effective at all. In conclusion, I would say that the strategy of China is to hem in India from all sides and the Indian Ocean. China already has Pakistan in full support in the west. If it can have Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar in its horizon in the east, it would have completed its mission. It's a long way off. We should not worry too much. But such a hemming in, if it is not possible, would not stymie China from using these territories in some manner that it may think possible. The possible thrust lines can be used singly or in conjunction with each other, which would be the worst case scenario. Why I say this? Because China follows the Sun Tzu principle of capitulation of the enemy without a fight. That is the precise reason China may not use this. For any mission of China to succeed against India, Bangladesh has to play an important role in this link-up. India thus needs to quickly find ways and means to make the Siliguri corridor impregnable and obligor provide it with appropriate and adequate depth. For this to happen, Bangladesh would need to be in India's full support. I have finished, and I will now call upon Major General P.K. Malik to give us the last talk on cyber security.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
First, it is an honor and privilege to speak in this hybrid seminar. I had the privilege to serve under General Johnny Mukherjee as a sparrow in Shakti Vijay Brigade in Binaguri and later as a Colonel GS system in Headquarters Eastern Command. Thank you, sir, for inviting me for giving this talk. And we always look forward to the very succinct and very crisp, precise summary of the seminar which comes out later. We'll look forward to it again, sir. Now, I will speak on cyber and information warfare issues. The problem of being the last speaker is I always stand before the lunch and the time is short, but I've been waiting for this opportunity from 9:30 onwards, so you have to suffer me for the next 15 minutes. So quickly start. I will introduce the website I run. Every day, 25 to 30 papers, I upload it here. There is no advertisement, so people who are interested may have a look. Second is I get a hit about 15 to 20,000 average. This is the hits for the month of February. It is slightly high, about 30,000 K, but it is normally 15 to 20,000. And where the hits are coming from, you can see this keeps changing. China has got these hits, but if you include Hong Kong, it is quite high. And then I went to China. From China, you cannot access my website. So this is all the government agencies and the think tanks which are accessing my website. So I will cover information warfare. You know, because of paucity of time, I will not be able to cover EW, emerging technologies like AI and other things. Air Chief Marshal Raha has already touched upon those things as far as Indian capabilities are concerned. But as far as Chinese capabilities are concerned, on these issues, you may like to see the books and the various monographs that have been published. That is available on the right side of my website. You may like to have a look. Now, information warfare has got three components. One is electronic warfare, one is cyber warfare, and one is the psychological warfare. So electronic warfare is in a tactical domain and very classified in nature. We will not touch upon that. We will come straight to the cyber warfare. Now, cyber warfare has got three components: computer network defense, computer network exploitation, and computer network attacks. Everybody understands the defense and attack part. I'll quickly say a few words about exploitation. This is getting into somebody else's networks where you lie dogo. You may or may not do anything. You keep sending back information. It is a some sort of a espionage activity. But if you want to carry out a cyber network attack, you have to do this exploitation activity because you get inside somebody's system. And this subtle change that is required to be done when you go into computer network attack is the intention has to change. The malware is already in the adversary's computer network systems. So, in the moment the intention from sending back information to destructive activities, the computer network attack starts. The China's defensive cyber operations were very poor. President Xi Jinping in February 2014 had highlighted that, but they have taken a lot of measures. The present Organization for Cyber Defense, given on the viewpoint, will not get into details, but they are trying and they are getting better and better. Though they are not the best in the business in the cyber defense, but they are getting better. As far as China's cyber espionage is concerned, you know, China is champion in this. They have stolen the American technologies from all advanced Army, Navy, Air Force technologies, as well as if you ask them what is the component of coke, they will tell you. So they are, and that is why that is why the USA is very concerned, because their billions of dollars of expenditure on R&D is being stolen by these people. So they are champions, not now. In 2007-8, they were inside the networks of Dalai Lama's people, and an organization in Canada took out this study, and they had investigated this espionage activity. They had infected 103 countries and about 1,300 computers that time, and you can imagine what they can do now. So the espionage operations, Alexander, a former NSA director, said that the Chinese operations enabled the greatest transfer of wealth in history. That is the type of espionage operations they carry out. Now, offensive operations. Till now, China has not displayed their capabilities of offensive operations. Offensive operations take, like the Russians have been showing their wherewithal, the Chinese did not show their wherewithal. But that has all changed in the last 2 years, 2024-25. This came out when they had targeted the Guam. The Guam is a very, very important place as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned. They have got the submarine bases, they have got the very big air base, their Marine Corps bases and all. And suddenly USA found that they are inside in Guam everywhere. And there are two things which are causing them great problem: Fault Typhoon and Salt Typhoon. Now, these are very important things. One is they have gone into the various critical infrastructures in USAs. They are already there. You can't take them out. They have taken some new ways to get inside this, and if time permits and if time comes, they are in a place to cause damage to USA's critical infrastructure system. And the other one is they are access to some of the largest telecom companies, including Verizon, AT&T and all, and they get huge amount of data from there. So they had also went inside President-elect Donald Trump's and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance's cell phone. That is the capability they have got. The Rear Admiral Montgomery says this: I will just say that if China is screwing with our critical infrastructure to X degrees, they are screwing the Japanese critical infrastructure to 2x and the Taiwan infrastructure to 5x. Now, it is up to you to guess how much they are screwing our infrastructure. somehow our cyber defense organizations, CERT and NCC, IPC and all, they don't give out any details where we have been infected and all. I have got certain details, but this is not authentic, so I will not show those slides. The slide is available, you can have a look. Now we come to psychological operations. Now this is very important. The PRC's political warfare against Taiwan is shown in the view file. I will get into a little more detail a little later. Cyber operations, information management, grey zone operation, united front, espionage and all. Now, before going further, you have been listening to the soft power, then came smart power, then came sharp power, and at the end, nowadays we are talking about discourse power. For me, it is all the same, but you can have a look at this. Okay, China normally will not talk about psychological warfare exclusively. They always talk about the three warfares. This is known to everybody, so I'll not get into details. The three warfares has got psychological, legal, or media warfare. Now, psychological operations are coordinated at the highest level. The actors which execute these are there in the view file. You can have a look. Okay. The main actors implementing Chinese psychological operations are within the party, within the state, within PLA, and the public and private companies. Not getting into much details because they are similar to say CIA and FBI and all our RNAW and your IB. There are some similarities, so we'll leave it at that. China is very brutal in transnational repression. They don't tolerate any diasporic communities like the Uyghurs, Tibetans, Chinese Christians, and Falun Gong practitioners, and they conduct global digital surveillance to track these descents. Now, coming back to the social media warfare strategy, borrowing a boat out to sea, China has gone into as a fish in a water into the social media. Interestingly, Chinese people cannot access Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube and other social media from China. That does not mean the Chinese officials are using these medias explicitly for their propaganda activities. Then have a look how TikTok, Tencent, they are in the business. Then the Chinese state-controlled medias, embassies and companies, networks, civilian volunteers, all these people are there in the business. They're part of the social media warfare strategy they call borrowing a boat out to sea. In China's cyber influence operations, some of the techniques that are used are, this is very interesting. China's daily stated that it spent $11 million, and that is in 2012-14. These recent figures are not available, but they gave this figure in 2014. This is much more now. Billions of dollars are being spent by the China in social media domain to get inside this. They have got content forms, they have got 50 cent party, you can have a look what they do. This is a very innovative method by which they are they're sending their propaganda, because it is a huge effort that they are putting in. A single user can make about $7 for every 1,000 views or shared article received. They are putting money. Okay. Chinese TV also has a great role. CGTN broadcast in English, Spanish, French, Arabic, Russian around the globe via satellite, cable, and over the internet. It has got hundreds of journalists stationed overseas. That is part of their media campaign. Now they have got some Confucius institutes. There are 500 CIs in 142 countries as late as 217. 110 and 500 were in US alone, but of late it has come in a very heavy headwind in USA, and most of them are closed now in USA. But they have come into a new thing called International Communication Center. This is a new happening which has come up starting from 2008. I will request you to do the third and fourth bullet. You can have a look at this. Look at the countries they are addressing specifically and where they have established stations, partnership. These are given in the third and fourth bullet. Look at the countries. Economic coercion, people have already spoken about this, so I will skip this. This is very important because of the various trade deficits and others, they can come down very harshly. Now, China, everybody is nowadays talking about cognitive domain operations. These are separate subject in itself, so I'll not go into much of a detail. I'll only request you to have a look at the first four bullets. This is a separate subject altogether. I will not get into all those. Okay, how the cognitive domain operations take place is given in this view file. Graphically, it has been explained here. Now, how these emerging technologies will be used? 2019, President Xi Jinping has said this. China is using AI-powered disinformation in Taiwan about a couple of years back. And what China is doing also Taiwan is also using AI to fight disinformation campaigns. This is also a thing which we have to look at what we are doing. Are we using these for fight disinformation campaigns? I leave it to you. Last point is, where are we? Now I'll be a little caustic with being the chela of General Mukherjee. I'll be a little harsh. Please pardon me. Firstly, psychological operations are not done against your own people. So what we do, CI and city ops in Northeast and North, in J&K, is perception management. We don't tell lies to our own people. And there we do a very good job. Over a period of time, these procedures have been put in place. All the agencies like intelligence agencies, state government, state police, CAPF, and our own force, reasonable good things are being done. But what happened in conventional warfare scenario? Let me give an example. In 2007, I was posted headquarters Northern Command. We gave a very big, with psychedelic slides on information warfare to the army commander. At the end of the day, army commander asked us a simple question. He said, if I want to influence the mind of my opposing commander, say that time group army or whatever, now Western Theater Command, how do I influence him? I pose the same question to you. How, as a Eastern Army commander or the GOC 4 Corps and 17 Corps or 3 Corps or whatever, or the divisional commanders or the brigade commanders influence the mind of your opposing commanders? I do not have the answer, and probably you have to bank upon the youngsters to come out with an answer. Second is, how much information you have got on the adversary across you in the LSE, their weapon profile, their personality profile of the commanders, their tactics and procedures, and what are the small their weak points and strong points. How much? We get a lot of information from OSINT, but they are US views. Our own, what is there? I do not know. You may or may not have, but I pose a question. But when I come to psychological operations, please tell me who is responsible for psychological operations in India. This is a huge thing. MEA, intelligence agencies, MOD is a very important part, but is a part only. The MIT, the Information Broadcast Ministry, the hell a lot of ministries are involved. Who makes this narrative? Who selects the targets? How do you deliver the narratives to the target? How do you know what is the effect? How do you take the feedbacks? And then do the needful to better the process? Who is doing this? I do not know. But if China is doing so much thing and we keep on taking China is doing this, doing that, I'm interested in what we are doing. To me, this can be done by NSCS. But knowing NSCS, my personal opinion is they are chaudhuris. They don't do anything, they give dictums. So the best possible alternative is MHA. They have got the heft now to do it. You give it to MHA, their leader has got a lot of influence, they can get it done. This is my personal opinion. The conclusion I say, we can talk about all these things, technology, information warfare. Show me one war which has been won by what Sun Tzu has said. Without firing a bullet, you cannot win a war. This has to be understood. It is happening in Ukraine also. The technologies are even no doubt. But there are hundreds of kilometers of, खड्डा खोदा गया है उधर. The manpower is everywhere. The requirement of manpower is being felt. Nobody has ever won a war without fighting a hard battle. I must give this as my parting comments, and thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, General Malik. You have only reinforced Brigadier Mukherjee's last sentence that soldier is the weapon, rest are mere accessories. I will now request the Air Chief Marshal to give his concluding remarks. We will, if there are any questions and answers within ourselves, if there are any questions and answers for those people who are on virtually, please go ahead and ask. Any questions from anybody who is listening in virtually? Are there any questions from those who are physically present?
Jai sir, am I audible?
Who is?
Jai sir, I am from 4 Corps. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so my question is with respect to ISI linkages through Bangladesh with ULFA. I just wanted to know what kind of linkages they are trying to set up. Are they trying to energize their old camps, or they are looking for funding, or now they are looking for entering through lower Assam into the Assam and again energize their network, which is now mostly the Muslim populated area? Or they are further progressing towards central Assam through these routes?
I'll give you my own personal impressions based on whatever old friends I have who are still sources. ISI never left Bangladesh, even after Bangladesh became independent. They just went dormant. Now the ISI has revived its activity again in conjunction with Bangladeshi intelligence. And the first action they have taken now is, from what we see publicly, is in the bulge towards the Siliguri corridor. And that is primarily to develop bases through which they can spread fundamentalism into the corridor. It's a well-known fact that religious fundamentalism that you have in Bengal, Bihar, and the Siliguri corridor are all concentrated in that area, Sahibganj and surroundings. So that is the first action. The second area where it is very active is Chittagong Hill Tracts on the Arakan border. I think these two are the areas where they have started activity, and they're spreading much faster into the interior to spread the activity amongst the Jamaat. I hope that answers your question at least partially.
Thank you, sir.
Just to reinforce General Mukherjee's point, the GMB, in conjunction and in collusion with the ISI, are fully entrenched in Rangpur. That is the bulge that he was talking about. Why? For mainly two reasons. That if Siliguri corridor can be intercepted, the entire northeast is in a flux, and their original plans for the eastern Lebensraum takes off from there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else, please?
Yes, General Roy, may I pose a question?
Sure, sir.
So, I think there was a very interesting, firstly, they were all fabulous presentations and interventions, but I think your last point throws up a really interesting question from an outsider, which is, given the vulnerability of our Siliguri corridor and the, deterioration of our relations with Bangladesh post-Hasina.
Volume raise karna jara.
Sorry. I just like, what are the measures that we can possibly take to overcome the Siliguri vulnerability, whether it's political or military? Maybe this is not something that we can openly discuss here, and certainly at this time, but it's just a big question. What do we do given the fact that we have this problem in that area?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, now. Thank you.
This particular issue has to be contested on the social front, on the diplomatic front, on the geographical front, as also military front. The last being the last priority-wise. Any military intervention to create a depth or so at the wrong time may have wrong results. But at the right time, if it is required, a depth has got to be created. I hope I have been able to answer you, sir. And political front. I left the politicians out of it.
Yes. I think this deserves a closed door meeting.
Low volume, please.
As I was saying, I think this deserves a kind of closed door discussion.
Thank you, sir. Anybody? Arup, sir?
It has been a wonderful hybrid seminar on India's security challenges in the eastern and northeastern region, and of course, the strategy to mitigate these concerns. It's been a very relevant and useful discourse on the current dynamics, developments in the region, and the path ahead for India. 5 sessions, 4 hours, and 10 eminent speakers have spoken with a lot of domain knowledge on China, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Nepal and Bhutan, northeastern region, which has got its own internal dynamics, air, naval, information warfare, and cyber aspects as well. The speakers have provided us with insights into the region, environment, dynamics, fallout and repercussions for India, as also on how to deal with these problems. SNSK is grateful to all the eminent speakers for having participated willingly and having contributed immensely in increasing our knowledge level on the issues involved. We are grateful to the Army Commander, Eastern Command, and the staff at this headquarters for giving us tremendous amount of support, assistance in the conduct of this operation, this seminar. I must acknowledge the contribution of General Johnny Mukherjee, the architect of this seminar, as also General Roy and Brigadier Nilu Mukherjee for their contribution. Let me sum up by just giving a few points on this seminar. Firstly, India is an oasis in the desert of instability in geopolitical, geoeconomic, and geostrategic terms. Obviously, all these factors impact India's security concerns. Political upheavals, economic collapse, regime changes, military coups, conflicts have been witnessed all around us for over a long time. So the whole nation, our people, the government, the armed forces, the security forces, as also our diplomats have a huge challenge to navigate through these turbulent environment. Protracted conflicts in Ukraine and Palestine have replaced the short, swift war concept, and with 2.5 fronts of collusive threat to India, we must gear up for a protracted conflict by rapidly improving our comprehensive national power, mainly the economic power. If we improve our economic power, we'll have adequate funds for indigenization of war waging, war fighting equipment, as also the spread of military industrial complex, which will give us enough depth to be used in the worst case scenario of a protracted conflict with very powerful neighbors. With Trump as the POTUS, disruptions in trade, commerce, tariffs are inevitable. And political and strategic uncertainties are increasing every day. A great challenge for everyone all across the world, including India, to navigate in this volatile environment so that we are focused on serving our national interest, with aim being that I think will not go off the line. Internal disturbance in the northeastern region, insurgency, ethnic conflicts, drug trafficking, arms smuggling, etc. have to be dealt with very, very firmly through good governance, efficient policing, border management, and through deft negotiations with the rebels and others involved in these insurgencies. I think the Home Ministry as well as security forces have the hands full in this regard. We have to enhance our intelligence capabilities to initiate actions against a spurt in subversive activities by the ISI, Chinese agents, as well as Bangladesh agents or agencies. And finally, the military has to prepare contingency plans, especially in the Siliguri corridor, its vulnerability. If China violates the sovereignty of the neighboring nations or small neighbors and collusively try to disrupt the Siliguri corridor. So for that we need to prepare an extensive plan, a joint integrated plan, so that we can ward off such threats. And lastly, I would say that despite keeping our powder dry because of the environment being so hostile, we also need to give peace a chance. This is not the time for war. for peace, we need to be good at negotiations and solve most of the problems through negotiations. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, General Malik. Thank you, Admiral Dasgupta. And once again, thank you, Eastern Command.